don't touch that dial. Listen to... Yes, folks, it's another half hour of fun with Blondie and Dagwood, with Arthur Lake as Dagwood, Ann Rutherford as Blondie, and Hanley Stafford as Mr. Dithers.
Now for our weekly visit with your neighbors, the Bumsteads of Shady Lane Avenue. Well, today, Blondie is over at Cora Dithers, and the two of them have just turned to a discussion of food.
Cora, I wonder what I should get for Dagwood's dinner tonight.
Well, how about a fricassee?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, you know how soft-hearted Dagwood is. He says he just hates to think of hunters killing those poor, defenseless little fricassees. What are you going to give Mr. Dithers tonight?
The cold shoulder. Leftover from last night's roast.
Oh. Well, Dagwood's been complaining a little about leftovers. Last night he said the dinner tasted like something that was left over from yesterday.
Well, was it?
No, it was left over from the day before yesterday.
Oh, well, what does Dagwood want to eat?
Oh, he says I ought to hunt around and find a few real fancy things.
Oh.
Maybe an exotic Chinese dish.
Such as what?
Well, he suggested bird's nest soup with candied eggshells and sweet and sour feathers.
That sounds like him. Hey, wait a minute. I saw something yesterday about exchanging recipes in the personal column of the Saturday Review. Now, where is that now? Let me see a minute.
What did it say, Cora?
Just a second now. Oh, here's the magazine. You know, I got a terrific charge out of these personals. Yeah, here it is. See? We'll exchange ancient and exotic recipes of the East for old-fashioned American dishes. Right, Mustafa bin Akbar Pasha. Oh, and the address is in New York City. Oh, Blondie, doesn't that sound just too intriguing?
It does sound romantic, all right.
Look at that name. Mustafa bin Akbar Pasha. I'll bet he's tall, dark, and facing toward Mecca. Here, Blondie, write to him and see what he sends you. Go on.
All right, I'll do it, Cora.
And don't forget to have us over when you try your first exotic recipe from Mustafa.
Here's a letter for you, Blondie, dear.
Oh, what does it say on the envelope?
It says, if not delivered in 5 days, don't blame me.
I mean, who's it from?
Oh, it's from somebody called Mustache or something like that. Oh, no, I'm wrong. It's from Mustafa bin Akbar Pasha of the Uranium Trade Commission in New York, yeah.
Mustafa bin Akbar Pasha. Oh, that's for me. It's a recipe.
Mustafa bin Akbar Pasha is a recipe?
No. He's a man who's going to send me some recipes.
Yeah. Hey, the envelope smells kind of funny, doesn't it?
Let's see. Why, that's incense. It's used all over the Orient.
Oh, I see. When they smell that, it makes the camel smell better, I guess, yeah.
Oh. Let's see what Mustafa bin Akbar Pasha has to say. Maybe
Mr. Dithers can give me a little advice about this. I'll knock on his office door and see if he's in.
Who is it?
Oh, it's your assistant, Dagwood Bumstead, and I might add, a very brilliant man.
Come in, Gopherhead. And tell the brilliant man I'll see him when I'm through with you.
Oh, yeah? Well, wouldn't you be surprised if there were two of us standing here?
I'd drop dead. One Dagwood Bumstead is too many. What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Dithers, there's something peculiar over at my house.
Oh, you're just self-conscious.
No, this is getting serious, Mr. Dithers. I'm in sort of a pickle.
Well, you're just in time. This is National Pickle Week. What's your problem?
Well, it started because I told Blondie that she ought to learn how to make some exotic dishes like bird's nest soup with candied eggshells and feathered bouillon. Should I do it over, Mr. Dithers?
No, once was enough. Candied eggshells? Bumstead, you don't candy eggshells.
No?
Of course not. It takes all the vitamins out of them.
Yeah.
Any fool knows that.
You sure do.
You know, Bumstead, sometimes I get a feeling that you do know what you're saying after all. What were you saying?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Dithers, Blondie has been very strange lately. She's been corresponding with a fella called Mustafa Pasha and exchanging recipes, and he's got he's got her so she goes around looking dreamy and burns incense in the house. You know what incense is, don't you, Mr. Dithers?
Sure, it's a sort of oriental sweet air.
Oh, yeah.
But instead of taking away the odors, it adds another one. Of course, incense does give women a very satisfying, nervous feeling.
Yeah, and not only that. Last night she served some little pieces of lamb speared on her grandfather's old rusty sword.
Bumstead.
Huh?
That's shish kebab, and it's delicious.
Yeah, well, the meat's okay, but I can't stand to swallow that sword.
Bumstead,
Yeah.
you're leaving the best part. Listen, do you think Blondie's getting interested in this character?
No, not really, but sort of. I'm afraid he might try to persuade Blondie to do something silly, like flying away on a magic carpet or something.
I wonder if we could get him interested in my wife.
Mr. Dithers, he might kidnap her.
Oh, Bumstead, don't get my hopes up. I wish he'd take her to his native land and lock her in his old harem.
Yeah. Oh, well, you'd try to rescue her, wouldn't you, Mr. Dithers?
Certainly I would. In 10 or 12 years. No, Bumstead, I'm afraid you're worried about nothing. I was hoping it might be something serious, because I need a few laughs. But women get in these moods when they're temporarily attracted to other men.
Yeah, but they always get over the mood, huh?
Sure, they get over the mood and find happiness again. Even if they have to go through 4 or 5 husbands to do it.
Oh, Cora.
Why, Blondie! What'd you want, Blondie?
Oh, Cora, you've just got to help me. It's awful. Oh, it's terrible. It's even sort of wonderful.
It's awful, it's terrible, it's wonderful. Sounds like a man. Well, the awful part, anyhow.
It is. Cora, I'm being troubled by a pasha.
Why, Blondie! A passion for whom? Now, listen, you can tell me. I won't tell a soul.
Cora?
What?
Put that notebook away.
Oh, excuse me. And now, who is it?
Well, it's that man I've been exchanging recipes with. Mustafa Ben Akbar Pasha. And he's arriving in town today.
Oh, Blondie.
Oh, you see, it all started out so innocently. I sent him a recipe.
And as soon as he got it, he started cooking on all burners.
I'm afraid so. Well, Cora, I need your help. Suppose a strange man called you his dearest flower of the West.
Oh.
Or even the fairest dove of all the world.
Oh.
Or the most beautiful of all adored ones. What would you do?
Well, I wouldn't ask you for help. Oh, you blondes have all the luck. I asked my beauty shop gal if she thought dyeing my hair blonde would make a difference.
What did she say?
She said yes, it would make me easier to see at night. You'd think they'd at least have the decency to lie to me a little.
Oh, Cora, what am I going to do about this? What will Dagwood say? How can I stop this man?
Why, stop him. And listen, it won't hurt to tell Dagwood either. If he thinks he's losing your interest because of someone else, he'll just be that much more attentive.
Well, maybe you're right, but I don't like the idea.
Oh, I remember the time I left Julius for 2 weeks. I took the car and drove 300 miles away. I didn't write or telephone or let him know where I was at all. And when I finally drove back, he was really worried.
He was?
Yes, he thought someone had stolen the car.
Well, but here's what worries me. What would you do if you were I and Mustafa tried to put his arm around you and kiss you?
I'd break right out in goose pimples.
Cora, you're not very helpful.
Now, Blondie, you leave everything to me. We'll think of ourselves as 2 scientists conducting an experiment in human nature. Why, what can go wrong in a thing like that?
Oh, nothing. It might just blow up in our face. forget, Cora. When Mustafa comes up the steps, you let him in.
All right, Blondie.
And don't you dare leave me alone with him. I want to be pleasant and hospitable, but, Cora, I need protection.
Gad. Well, I'll do my best. Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh, there he is, Cora. Let him in, but let him in slowly.
I will. Oh, look at him in his long white robe. Oh, the Sheik of Araby. Your heart belongs to me. Into your tent I'll creep.
He's a yak, madame.
I think they live next door.
No. You say assalamu alaikum and I answer walaikum assalam. Then you say Mubarak and I say Hamdillah. And then we are old friends.
Why, what a quaint method of making friends. Is it the traditional method?
No, it is the Dale Carnegie method.
Oh, I see.
As I recognize you from Mrs. Bumstead's picture.
Oh, but I'm not Mrs. Bumstead.
Yes, I know. That's how I recognize you from her picture.
Won't you come in?
Well, first, I roll out the red carpet.
Why?
I sell rugs on the side.
But Blondie is waiting for you.
Oh, Blondie, the fairest blossom of all the roses. I take off my shoes and come in.
What was that?
Oh, I dropped my sock, too.
Oh, right this way.
No, where is my golden-haired one? My love, my life, my mind. Who is this?
This is Blondie, Mustafa.
Oh, how do you do, Mustafa?
Oh, I kiss your hand, my love, my little rose petal. Not your hand, her hand.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
And this is Daisy, my favorite dog. She goes everywhere with me.
I refuse to kiss her hand.
My husband and I have enjoyed your recipes very much, Mustafa.
Oh, I am very happy. This is peachy. And now, I have brought you a present, O goddess of the moon, the sun, and all the stars.
Oh, my. Well, what is it?
This beautiful old imitation silver bracelet.
Oh, my, it's lovely.
Yes, isn't it?
In my country, there is no silver at all, so to imitate silver, we use the white gold.
Oh, now it's even lovelier.
And here is also a small vial of rare perfume from my native land.
Oh, Mustafa, you shouldn't have done this.
No, you shouldn't have. What's the perfume called?
Ich bibbidi bobbidi ach beh.
What does that mean in English?
There is no way of saying it in English. But open the bottle and smell.
Well, all right. There, got the stopper loose. Now I'll just take it out and sniff a little of it.
Put that stopper back in, quick.
All right. Right now.
Oh, that's what I call real perfume. My, I'd like to buy some of that.
About how much would you want? An ounce?
Well, I'd rather have the economical 40-gallon vat.
Tell me, Blondie, O flame of my existence, are you happy here? Are you satisfied with your drum-hum life here? Can you fly with me to my native land where we can be alone together forever?
Oh, now, Mustafa, not so fast, please. Why, we hardly even know each other, and I'm very happy with my husband.
Oh, I cannot help myself. You look so beautiful. You look so exciting. You look so ravenous. You look so tempting. And your friend?
Mrs. Dithers?
Yes, Mrs. Dithers. She looks...
Yes?
Why doesn't she stop looking? Oh, the camels have broken loose.
It's only my husband, Mustafa. We're in here, Dagwood.
Hello, Blondie. Hello, Mrs. Dithers.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Hello, Mrs.
Dagwood,
Mrs.
this is Mustafa Ben Akbar Pasha, the man who sent me the recipe.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Effendi.
He's a yak.
Huh?
He's a yak.
Well, that's one man's opinion.
Mr. Bumstead, I want to be fair, so I will ask you first, before Blondie and I fly together to my native land.
Hey, just a moment. She isn't going any place with you. Not while I'm alive.
Then I will kill you.
Well, maybe the trip would do her good, yes.
Dagwood Bumstead, you'd better not be serious.
But, Blondie, we cannot take that dog of yours. She reminds me of a song.
Why, I think that's a very sweet thing to say about Daisy. What song does she remind you of?
Rag Mop? No, that flea-bitten pooch must stay here.
Yeah, flea-bitten pooch. Oh, that did it. Put on your shoes and fight like a man. Come on. I'm going to knock you right out of your nightgown.
Here. Wait a minute. Now, stop.
Yep.
Mustafa, I think it's time for you to go.
Well, I will go back to my hotel, Blondie, but I shall return for you at 6 o'clock.
No, Mustafa, you must not come back.
Oh, yes. I must take you away with me some way.
Yeah, well, over my dead body.
That would be my favorite way.
Dagwood, I only wrote to him because you wanted me to learn how to make some exotic dishes.
Then you didn't really ask him to come here, huh?
Oh, of course not. I only asked for recipes. Here are his letters. Look at them yourself. They all have recipes.
Oh, recipes, huh? Well, let me look at this one here. Let's see, it says, "My dearest, I can no longer stand our being apart. Each night I dream of your soft white hands caressing my cheek." What's that a recipe for?
I think, yes, it came with a recipe for stuffed roast goat.
Well, look, Blondie, anyway, I don't like to have that guy hanging around here.
Well, dear, I know how you feel. It's very embarrassing to me, too.
Yeah.
And I should never have written to him, but, well, we should be nice to him. After all, he's strange in our country.
Yeah. I'll bet he's just as strange in his own country. Blondie? Yeah. Oh, now look, Blondie, he'll be here in a minute. Now, what are you going to tell him?
Well, I'll just let you explain that I'm your wife and that we are married until death do us part.
Yeah, he seems a little too eager to fix that part up for you.
Well, what are you going to say?
No, I don't know. I was... Yeah, oh. Ha, ha, ha. Maybe I ought to tell him to fly with you.
Dagwood Bumstead, you wouldn't dare.
Oh, I wouldn't, huh? Oh, boy.
Oh, there he is now. At least he doesn't make fun of me.
Yeah. Well, I'll let him in.
Ah, Mubarak, Effendi.
Yeah. Same to you, too. Come on in.
I take off the shoes first.
Why take off your shoes? You don't have to follow that custom here.
What custom? My feet hurt.
Oh, well, come on in.
Thank you. And now, where is my beautiful white swan?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe you brought it with you.
I am speaking of my love, my dearest flower of the West.
Hello, Mustafa.
Oh, boy.
Mustafa, I hope you won't mind too much, but I really can't fly with you to your native land or anywhere else.
Blondie, I will not take the no for the answer.
Well, Dagwood?
Okay. I give the yes for the answer.
What?
You have my permission.
Oh, Effendi, thank you. Never before have I met a man so kind, so generous, so foolish.
But first, Effendi, I'd like to have a little talk with you. Will you excuse me, Blondie, please?
I'll excuse Mustafa, but I will never excuse you, Dagwood Bumstead.
Yeah, goodbye, dear. Lively little creature, isn't she? Well, come on, let's go in here, Mustafa.
Ah, yes.
There. Won't you have a seat?
You promise you will not ambush me.
You have my word. Now, Mustafa, you have picked a very lovely woman to fly with you to your native land. She is sweet and beautiful and kind.
Oh, yes.
And I love her, so I want her to be happy with you.
Never mind the preliminaries. When can I get possession?
Now, first, Effendi, what do you know about American women?
They are different from other women?
No. First, all American women buy a lot of clothes.
Oh, all women have to have a little clothing.
But your cooing dove of the West has 4 trunks full of clothes already.
4 trunks? That means 4 camels to carry it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, she is very beautiful.
And then she has lots of hats. Let's see, there'd be about 15 or 20 hat boxes.
So, 4 more camels. I may need a whole pack of camels.
Yeah. By the time I get through, you'll need a whole carton. Now, then 2 trunks full of shoes, 2 trunks full of suitcases, 2 trunks full of handbags, and 2
This
handbags.
is a caravan.
Yeah. And she won't need any new outfits till she gets there. But don't worry about that, Mustafa, because she's worth every bit of the bother and expense.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell you. She's a wonderful housekeeper, too. Keeps everything nice and clean and... Well, as soon as you lie down to get a little nap...
What is this? Is that a fly hovering over me?
No, that's Blondie and the Hoover hoovering around you. No matter where you go, she'll find you and vacuum around you. She's so cute.
She will?
Yeah. Oh, you'll get used to it, though, and Blondie will organize the women, and they'll demand a vote, and they'll have protest meetings every night in your harem.
Oh. But that did it.
Yeah, but you'll love Blondie. She's a wonderful girl.
Mr. Bumstead.
Yes?
I cannot break up this happy home you are living in. I am giving your wife back to the desert, alone.
No, Mustafa. I insist you take Blondie with you. After all, you can no longer stand being apart. It's nice to dream of her soft white hands caressing your cheek.
I'll switch to Elizabeth Taylor. Well, I shall tell Blondie the bad news now.
Well, I don't know what you men were saying, but I...
Blondie, my love, my lovely white dove, my adored one. I'm afraid our love must remain a memory. It is not fair to take you away from those who love you. And I am leaving now.
Well, goodbye, Mustafa. We'll always remember you.
Yeah, that's right.
And before I go, my dove, may the blessings of Allah be upon you. So long.
Bye.
Well, I guess that's that.
Dagwood, you must have told him some awful things about me.
Oh, no, not at all, Blondie, dear. I just told him some of the things that I like the most about you.
Blondie came to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. All great men, it seems, are born on special days. Abraham Lincoln, for example, was born on Lincoln's birthday. Coincidence, isn't it? In Springfield, where Jim Anderson was born, they do things in a slightly different manner. So Jim shares his birthday with George Washington. That was yesterday, and in the white frame house on Maple Street, they had quite a time. It went something like this.
Bud,
You want me, Mom?
are you almost finished down there?
Just about. I have to put up one more string of balloons.
Well, please hurry, dear. Your father will be home any minute.
Okay.
Did you get Mr. Gribble, Mother?
Oh, dear, I knew there was something. He's the only one I couldn't reach. It's too bad because I know your father'd like him to be here.
I bet Daddy's gonna be surprised.
Well, if he isn't, it won't be our fault. And if you say one word to him...
Oh, I won't, Betty. I didn't this morning, did I?
No, but you certainly came close a couple of times. And that dopey little smile you dug up. You look like the Mona Lisa, junior grade.
What's that?
Never mind.
Betty, you know, I'm not sure that we did the right thing at breakfast.
How's that, Mother?
Well, your father looked so hurt. The least we could have done was wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, no, Mommy.
Mother, you're going to spoil everything. Father even said birthdays weren't important when you got to be his age.
I know, dear, but...
And if he knows that we remembered his birthday, he might suspect something.
Everything's all finished, Mom.
Oh, that's fine, Bud. Oh, you've done a wonderful job, all of you.
And I haven't even said anything.
Now, don't forget, Bud, you've got to get Father out of the house at 7:45.
Yeah, I know. But holy cow, how am I going to do that?
Bud, you don't want him to see the people when they come in, do you? It's a surprise party.
But how am I going to get him out?
Jumping creepers, you only have to get him out for 15 minutes. What's so hard about that?
Well, if it's so easy, why don't you do it?
Daddy's home.
Oh, the sandwiches, Betty. Put them in the pantry.
Okay.
He isn't coming in here.
Well, that's peculiar. I'd better go in and see. Jim,
Yes?
we thought we heard you come in, dear. Is anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. Nothing important, anyway.
Jim, you sound so strange.
Hiya, Dad. What goes?
Hi, Daddy.
Hello. I'll be in the den when dinner's ready.
Now, just a minute, Jim Anderson. You're not going to walk away from us like that.
We didn't do anything.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Jim, if there's anything wrong, we have a right to know what it is.
You have a right to know what it is, do you? You haven't the faintest idea. All right, I'll tell you what it is. I don't ask for a great deal from this family. A minimum of respect and courtesy, that's all. But I certainly think that when a man's birthday comes around...
Oh, Jim.
Well, the least you can do is remember it.
Jim Anderson.
And stop looking at me as though I had 3 heads. All of you. It isn't the least bit funny.
Jim, darling, I was telling the children just before you got here that...
Mother! Something's burning in the kitchen.
Burning? Why, Betty, I turned off all... Oh. Well, I'd better go and see what it is.
Man works hard for his wife and family and tries to give them all the advantages he can manage. And what thanks does he get? They don't even remember his birthday.
Holy cow, Dad. You said birthdays didn't mean anything.
When did I say that?
When you forgot Mom's.
But I did not forget your mother's birthday. If you'll remember, I bought her the largest bottle of perfume in Springfield. Not that I expected you to buy anything for me, of course.
Of course.
I don't care anything about getting presents. I mean, even a small thing like a necktie or something.
Dad.
It isn't a gift, it's the thought behind it that counts.
Dad.
And it isn't as though it were a hard day to remember. I mean, like October 19th or August 64th or something like that.
Dad.
But Washington's birthday, the easiest day of the whole year. How could you possibly forget?
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I'll get it, Father.
Never mind, I'll answer it myself. Man has a birthday once a year, nobody even remembers it. Fine thing. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Gribble. Yes, just fine, thank you. You what? What message? I didn't leave any message. To call me? Are you sure? Well, just a minute. I'll ask Margaret. Margaret,
Yes, dear.
did you call Mr. Gribble?
What was that, dear?
I said, did you call Mr. Gribble?
Mr. Gribble? Why should I call Mr. Gribble, dear?
Margaret, the man's on the phone. He got a message to call us. I didn't leave any message.
Well, Jim, what possible reason could I have for calling Mr. Gribble?
If that isn't just like a woman. All you had to say was no.
Yes, dear.
Hello, Mr. Gribble. Well, Margaret doesn't know anything about it. Well, they probably got the name wrong. You know how it is. Oh, by the way, New York sent me the revised figures on that compensation setup. All right, anytime you say. No, I'll be free all evening. 8 o'clock? Fine. See you later.
Jim, you're not going to meet Mr. Gribble tonight.
Why not?
Well, it's your birthday.
What's that got to do with it? My birthday certainly wasn't important a few minutes ago.
Jim, I don't know how the children are going to feel about this.
Father, we've just had the most wonderful idea.
Wait till you hear it, Dad.
We're going to have a wonderful time. All of us.
Now, just a minute. Your mother was about to tell me something.
I know. I mean, she was?
It's all right, Jim. I guess it wasn't important.
Well, you want to know. What is it, Betty?
Well, Father, even if we did forget your birthday, we're all very sorry.
Yes?
And we've decided to devote our entire evening to making you happy.
Fine. I won't even be here.
But you can't go out, Father. You'll spoil everything.
What do you mean?
Well, tell him, Bud.
What? Well, we had a lot of things figured out to do, Dad.
Like what?
Well, we thought that we'd play the radio.
He means games, Father. We'll all play games.
Like spin the bottle.
Oh, fine. I can't think of anything I'd enjoy more than a good, fast game of spin the bottle. Unfortunately, I have to work.
But you can't work, Father, not on your birthday.
I worked all day.
I know, but you can't work at night.
New law, huh?
The man on the radio said it was going to snow. Or rain. Or something.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
There seems to have developed a concerted and rather unusual desire for my company. How come?
Well, frankly, Jim.
Mother.
We hope that if we made your evening a pleasant one, you might forgive us for not remembering your birthday. We could even have a little celebration.
Just the 5 of us.
And we could make popcorn.
And get some ice cream.
It'd be just like a regular party, Daddy.
Well...
You'd make us all very happy, dear.
I don't get it. If my birthday means that much to you...
Oh, it does, Father.
It sure does.
Why did you forget it in the first place?
We're stupid.
Well, all right. I'll call Gribble and tell him we'll make it tomorrow.
Gee, that's great, Dad.
Would you like me to call him for you, Father?
No, I'd better do it myself. He's certainly going to wonder if I got all my buttons. Make an appointment and then cancel it 5 minutes later.
I'm sure he'll understand, Jim.
I wish I could be that sure. Hello, Mr. Gribble. This is Jim Anderson. Well, about that appointment for tonight, you see, it's my birthday, and I guess it slipped my mind. Yes. Well, birthdays don't mean very much to me anymore, but Well, my family wants me to stay home with them. You know how it is. Yes. Suppose I call you in the morning, Mr. Gribble. Right. What? Oh, thank you very much. Good night. Well, I guess that takes care of that. Something wrong, Kathy?
No, I was just thinking.
About what?
George Washington.
Oh. Well, dinner about ready?
Oh, just about, dear.
I'd better go upstairs and wash. Fine family. One minute they don't even know it's your birthday, and the next they'll die if you leave them alone.
Wow, that was a close one.
Well, as long as he didn't leave, everything's going to be all right.
And I didn't even say anything.
I know, dear. You were a very good girl.
Say, Mom.
Yes, Bud?
There's only one thing I don't understand.
What's that, dear?
We got him to stay home. Now how am I going to get him out?
Well, Bud's got to figure that one out for himself. You know, we all do in lots of ways, as some of you may have found out just recently.
About coffee in particular. Have you been shopping around more for your coffee since the price went up? Trying this brand and that in the name of economy? If you have, I'll bet lots of you have discovered this fact. Maxwell House is true economy. A friend of my wife's did. She was telling us just the other night. You see, when prices went up, she started buying cheaper coffee. Might not taste as good, she figured, but it ought to be more economical. First thing she found, though, it took lots more to make the breakfast coffee strong enough. And even then, the flavor just wasn't there. So meal after meal, her family would leave their cups unfinished. She said, that settled it for me. Maxwell House is true economy. Sure it is. Because you get so many more truly good cups of coffee from every pound. Just see how much more your family enjoys that wonderful Maxwell House flavor. So good to the last drop, they drink every drop. Discover the extra freshness, the clear, rich taste that's vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. You'll say Maxwell House is true economy. So get your money's worth and more. Get Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
It's 7:45 in the White Frame House on Maple Street, and time for Jim's surprise birthday party. With great effort, the Andersons have managed to keep Father at home. Now, with the guests about to arrive, they can't get rid of him. Like this.
Dad.
Yes, Bud?
After you finish the paper, you wouldn't like to go down to the drugstore with me, would you?
Why do you have to go to the drugstore?
I don't.
I imagine you can explain that, but I'd just as soon you didn't.
Well, I just thought that... Would you like to take a walk?
No, thank you.
Go for a ride?
No, thank you.
You want to clean out the garage?
Bud, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Let's go sit upstairs in my room.
What for?
Well, it's comfortable.
I'm quite comfortable right where I am.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. And stop fidgeting.
Bud, could I speak to you for a minute, please?
Okay. Excuse me, will you, Dad?
Oh, sure. Whenever you're free, stop back and we'll figure out some more places I don't want to go.
For crying out loud, Betty, now what's the matter?
You're supposed to have him out of here. It's 7:45.
But he won't go.
He has to go. Everybody will be here any minute.
Well, what do you want me to do about it? I can't hit him over the head. It's his birthday.
Bud, what's going on out there?
Nothing, Dad. I'll be with you in a minute.
You better go back, Bud, and see if he can't think of something.
Where are you going?
Back into the kitchen. I've got to talk to Mom. This is getting desperate.
Has your father gone, dear?
No, he's sitting in there as big as life. A lot of help Bud turned out to be.
Well, Betty, we may as well face it. We're not going to get your father out of the house.
But we have to, Mother. It'll spoil everything.
Maybe not. We can do it another way. I'll just put a note on the front porch asking everybody to come in the back way.
But Daddy'll hear them.
Oh, I don't think so.
He will, Mother. He's bound to hear them going down to the playroom.
Not if you're all singing.
Oh, that's an idea. Why do we have to sing? So Father won't hear anything. It's a wonderful idea, Mother.
Well, it's the best we can do.
Margaret!
Just a minute. Yes, Jim?
What are you doing in there?
We'll be finished in a few minutes, dear.
Well, hurry up, will you, before Bud shoves me out the front door.
All right, dear. Now, remember, girls, sing, and loud if you hear anything. Now, I'll go around to the front and leave the note.
All right, Mother. Come on, Kathy. Gee whiz, why do we have to sing? I don't feel like singing.
Tell your father I'll join you in about 5 minutes.
Okay, Mother. Betty, what are we gonna sing? What difference does that make? Well, how can I sing loud if I don't know what I'm singing? Well, we'll sing the birthday song. We can't. That's what they're gonna sing at the party. How about For He's a Jolly Good Fellow? Why? Because it's loud. I know louder ones. That's loud enough. Hi, Father. We're gonna sing.
Hi, where's your mother?
She said she'd be right in.
Well, I guess I'd better...
Betty, it isn't cold in here, is it?
A little. Why?
Oh, you can feel cold. Dad says he wants to go down and look at the furnace.
The furnace? Oh, no, it's hot. It's very hot. Isn't it, Kathy? What is? The house. It's hotter than it's ever been.
It's roasting.
I don't think so. Father, please don't worry about the furnace. It's your birthday, and we're going to have all kinds of fun.
Betty, you and Bud wouldn't have any bodies buried in the basement, would you?
Bodies? Well, why would we want to put bodies in the basement? We keep all our bodies in the attic, don't we, Bud?
Yeah, we sure do. Boy, that's a good one.
Kathy, have they been like this all day?
Who?
Betty and Bud.
Why?
I'm going inside to see your mother.
No, you can't.
Now, just a minute. I've had just about enough of this. What's going on around here?
Oh, why, nothing, Dad. We just want you to have a good time.
Well, if this is your idea of a good time... What was that?
What was what? I didn't hear anything. Did you, Kathy?
Oh, no.
I distinctly heard somebody at the back door.
Oh, that was Mother. She took the garbage out.
I took it out before.
Maybe she's bringing it back.
Bud, how would you like to go to bed? Right now.
Holy cow, Dad. All I said was...
Father, we're supposed to be having a party, so why don't we all sing? We haven't done anything like that all winter.
Well, you know, we haven't at that, by golly. That's a good idea.
I said it before, and nobody even listened.
We'll listen now, honey. Come on, Betty, you can play for us.
All right, Father. Would you please get me a cushion from the couch?
Gladly, Your Highness. Your slightest wish is my command.
What's going on?
Mother's bringing everybody in the back way.
Oh.
And we have to sing He's a Jolly Good Fellow, loud.
Shh. One cushion coming up. There you are, Betty.
Thank you, Father.
This might turn out to be quite a party after all. Now, what do we sing?
Well, Betty said that... Kathy, be quiet.
It's your birthday, Dad. Why don't you pick it?
All right. How about,
For he's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. Which nobody can deny.
what was that for?
That's for your birthday, Dad.
Oh, well, thank you.
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Well, that's very nice. Thank you. Now, how about down by the old mill stream?
It's kind of corny, isn't it, Dad?
It isn't very loud either.
Now, just a minute, both of you. It isn't your birthday, it's Father's. And if he wants to sing Down by the Old Mill Stream, why, that's what we'll sing. Right, Father?
Right.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Well,
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
what happened to down by the old mill stream?
We'll have lots of time for that, Father. We were...
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
This is getting a little monotonous, isn't it?
Which nobody can deny. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny.
Well, now that we've done down by the old mill stream, how about,
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
Betty, I said stop it, all of you. Stop it!
Nobody can deny.
What's gotten into you? Don't you know how to sing anything else?
But it's your birthday, Father.
And that's so loud.
Well, aren't you having a fine time?
Margaret, what's the matter with these children? They're behaving like a bunch of lowercase lunatics.
Well, My, isn't it chilly in here?
Mother.
Oh, but it is, dear. I think your father ought to go down and take a look at the furnace.
You do?
I certainly do.
You mean we don't have to sing anymore?
Later, dear.
I don't know. If this isn't the goofiest family in the United States, it certainly comes close.
Yes, dear, but the furnace, remember?
It's awfully chilly, Father.
Oh, it is it? 5 minutes ago, you were roasting.
Well, I know, but now I'm cold.
We're freezing.
It won't take you a minute, Jim. Please take a look at it.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Don't be long, dear.
I won't. Silliest darn family I've ever seen in my life. Stay home, go out. Fix the furnace, don't fix the furnace. Can't make up their minds, if any. I told them it was cold 10 minutes ago. No, I have to do it their way. Everything has to be done the way they want it.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny. Happy birthday,
Well, for goodness sake.
Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday.
It's certainly been a mixed-up birthday for Father, but everything's straight now. You know, so often we seem to be in the midst of confusion, and then comes the light, which leads to this point.
Ladies, with coffee prices higher today, remember Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, Maxwell House is true economy. Of course, you can buy cheaper coffees in the store, but are they really economical? There's no economy in coffee when you have to use lots more to get it strong enough. And even then, you can't get the flavor you want. There's no economy in coffee so stingy with its flavor, your family leaves their cups unfinished. But Maxwell House now, Maxwell House is true economy. So many more cups of wonderfully good coffee in every pound. So extra rich and full of flavor. So good to the last drop, it leaves you wanting more. Yes, there's real reason why more people drink Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Maxwell House is true economy. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Get your money's worth and more with coffee that's always good to the last drop.
It's quite late in the white frame house on Maple Street. Long past bedtime, as a matter of fact. The Anderson kids are sound asleep. But in the master bedroom, Jim and Margaret are busy with a pair of widely divergent thoughts, like this.
Oh, dear.
What?
Oh, nothing, dear. I was just thinking of tomorrow. They made quite a mess, didn't they?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It was quite a party, wasn't it?
Yes, dear, it certainly was.
You know, in a way, I feel a little guilty. I mean, you and the kids had to work so hard.
Oh, we didn't mind, dear. I know the children had a wonderful time, surprising you so completely.
Well, I wouldn't say it was a complete surprise.
What was that, Mr. Washington?
Oh, well, I mean, after all, when they, Margaret.
Yes, dear?
Have you ever seen anything more beautiful than those matched irons the kids gave me?
No, dear.
If I don't break 90 with those, I'll quit.
Yes, dear.
I'd have settled for a necktie, I really would. But those irons. Now, there's a birthday present I'll never forget.
I know, dear.
Must have cost the kids a fortune.
Well, not exactly, dear. They kept watching for a sale at Gorman's.
That was a good idea.
And then they charged them.
Oh. Good night, Margaret.
Good night, dear.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good, good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last, you know what.
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee, all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House instantly.
Good to the very last, you know what.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman.
Say, Bill.
Yes, Bob?
You won't forget about Saturday, will you?
Oh, that's right. On Saturday, February 25th, Bob Young will be in Albany, New York, to attend a ceremony during which 2,000 young drivers and their parents are going to join the Robert Young Good Drivers Club and sign the man-to-man and dad-to-daughter agreements. Does that do it, Bob?
Yes, except that there's going to be a parade, and if they're looking for me, I'll be the one sitting between Governor Dewey and Mayor Corning. See you on Saturday, Albany.
That he will. And now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Next, Laura with the original cast on Screen Guild on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Since the dark beginnings of time, superstition has played a dismal part in the fumbling progress of man. We, however, live in an enlightened age, and thank goodness, we've thrown off the yoke of ignorant superstition. Well, I mean, knocking on wood isn't really a superstition. You do it just because, well, anyway, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, we find Jim Anderson packing for a trip to Chicago. And for a change, everything is peaceful and quiet, like this.
Jim, it certainly won't hurt to take them along.
Margaret, I'm only going to be gone 3 days. How many pairs of socks do you think I can wear?
Well, you never can tell, dear, and it's best to be on the safe side.
12 pairs of socks. Anybody think I was going to Alaska for the entire winter?
Jim, they weigh practically nothing, and I certainly think...
All right, put them in. I'll have enough socks for everybody at the whole convention.
Dad!
We're upstairs, Bud.
Jim, you don't need all those shirts.
What do you mean, all those shirts? I'm only taking 6.
But you'll only be away 3 days. You said so yourself.
But, honey, I've got to look neat. All the big shots from the home office will be there.
I think 3 shirts are quite enough. You'll just have to be a little careful, that's all.
Okay, 3 shirts. Fine thing, a man can't even pack the bag the way he wants to.
Say, Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
About what?
Well...
Handkerchiefs. Mustn't forget handkerchiefs.
I've already put them in, dear.
Oh, thank you. Well, what is it, Bud?
Could I have $3?
No. What happened to that bottle opener I had in the top drawer?
Jim, if it's going to be that kind of convention...
It isn't, Margaret, but I just thought... Well, never mind.
Dad.
But I said no.
I know, Dad, but this is an emergency.
What kind of an emergency?
The worst kind.
I've never known you to have any other. Why do you need $3?
Well, it's for the baseball team. I need another bat.
You mean you've broken the old one already?
No, but... Well, I think I've used up all the hits.
You what?
I'm in an awful slump, Dad. I haven't had a hit in 2 weeks. And if I can just buy a bat with some hits in it...
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. You've got a perfectly good bat. Why waste $3 on another one?
But, Dad, I've got to do something to change my luck.
Luck. Superstitious twaddle. If you can't get a hit with the old bat, you won't get one with the new one either.
But, Dad...
Particularly if I have to pay for it. Well, I guess I'm all packed.
You haven't forgotten anything, have you, dear?
I don't think so. But how about taking the bag downstairs like a good fellow?
Okay, but look, Dad, we're playing a very important game this afternoon, and...
Just a moment, Bud. What is it, Kathy?
I don't care what she says, you can't go.
Mother, Betty says I can't go to the club with her this afternoon, and you said I could.
I said I'd ask her, dear.
Mother, it's bad enough going out with a boy I don't even know. But if I have to drag her along...
They're going to play tennis, and I want to watch.
Kathy, if Betty says you can't go, then you can't go. Now stop arguing.
You love her more than you love me. That's why you're always sticking up for her.
I'm not sticking up for anybody. You can watch Bud play baseball.
No!
What?
Holy cow, Dad. You don't know what you're doing.
Oh, I don't, huh?
She's worse than a black cat. She's worse than an umpire.
Now, listen, Bud, there's no reason...
But, Dad, you've never heard her. She sounds like a fire siren. She gets both teams rattled.
Bunch of sandlotters.
It's all right, Kathy. You can stay home with me this afternoon.
But I want to do something.
We'll find something to do.
How about the bag, Bud?
Okay. Not having enough trouble. They want me to take her along.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
is Mr. Davis's nephew tall and dark?
How do I know? I've never even seen him. What difference does it make anyway?
Well, Janie Liggett told my fortune yesterday, and the card said to be careful of a tall, dark man. And if he's tall and dark...
Betty, if he's 8 feet tall and has hair made of licorice, you're still going out with him. He's only going to be in town this weekend, and I gave Ed Davis my word.
But, Father...
Most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Just because Janie Liggett hasn't got a brain in her head...
It wasn't Janie's idea, Father. She has a fortune-telling set, and it's wonderful. It cost $4.
Oh, pardon me. I thought it was one of the cheap $2 sets.
Jim, I know you're going to say it's silly, but I did have a dream about a wedding last night.
Margaret, not you, too.
Well, you remember my grandmother Williams.
The Hottentot kid.
Jim, Grandmother Williams was a very sweet woman. And she said when you dream of a wedding, it means trouble.
Well, that depends on who's getting married.
Jim.
Margaret, you certainly don't believe in that poppycock, do you?
Well, no, but if Betty's going to feel uneasy...
Feel uneasy about what? Since when is a dream something to be afraid of?
I'm not afraid of dreams, Daddy.
9 years old, and she's the only intelligent one in the whole house. You're a very sensible little girl, Kathy.
I'm not afraid of anything. Because I've got a lucky penny and a rabbit's foot and a horseshoe and...
Margaret, what's gotten into this family, anyway? These aren't the Middle Ages. This is the 20th century. We're supposed to be intelligent human beings.
Jim, it's not that we believe in these things.
Then what does it mean? All this twaddle about dreams and fortune tellers and bats with hits in them? You sound like a bunch of Stone Age simpletons.
Why, Father!
Now, just a moment, Jim Anderson. You have just as many silly little superstitions as anyone else.
I certainly do not.
You most certainly do.
Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
Go downstairs and help Bud.
What's he doing?
How do I know what he's doing? Go downstairs and find out. And help him.
Gee whiz.
Now, see here, Margaret.
Yes?
In my time, I've walked under hundreds of ladders, broken thousands of mirrors, ignored millions of black cats. And if you can call that being superstitious...
I'll bet that's Charlie.
Who?
Charlie Davis. And, Father, if he's tall and dark...
Betty.
But, Father, Janie said...
I don't care what Janie said. You are going out with Charlie Davis.
Oh, pooh.
Betty, it's for you.
She'll be right down, Bud. Go ahead, Betty.
If this is the 20th century, why do I have to be treated like somebody's slave?
I don't know what's gotten into that girl.
What are you looking for, dear?
My gray hat was right up here on the shelf.
It's downstairs in the hall closet.
I mean my old gray hat, the one I always wear to conventions.
Jim, it was all worn out. It was dirty, and the ribbon was faded.
Margaret, what did you do with my hat?
Well, I gave it to Mr. Adams.
Mr. You mean the junk man?
Yes, dear.
You gave my hat to the junk man?
Jim, you have a brand new hat.
Margaret, how could you do a thing like that to me? That was my luck. I mean, how could you?
But you said...
I've worn that hat to conventions for 15 years. You know I never go to a convention without it. What were you thinking of?
Father, he is tall, and he's got the blackest hair you ever saw. I won't go with him, and you can't make me.
Oh, I can't I? Betty Anderson, you'll go out with that boy, or you'll never go out again.
But, Father...
I'm not having enough trouble. Give a man's hat away at a time like this.
Betty, after all, your father knows best, and if he thinks...
All right, I'll go. But if anything happens to me, you'll have no one to blame but yourselves.
Betty, your father's going away. Aren't you going to say goodbye?
Sure. Goodbye. And I hope you have a very nice time.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. A perfectly good hat sitting up on a shelf, not hurting a soul.
Jim, you said you weren't superstitious.
Superstitious? What has superstition got to do with it? I liked that hat. It was the best hat I've ever had.
But it was all worn out.
It was a perfect hat for going to conventions, and you know it. Bud!
Jim.
You want me, Dad?
Get Mr. Adams on the phone.
Who?
Mr. Adams.
The junk man?
Tell him I want my gray hat back.
It's in the closet, Dad.
My old gray hat. Tell him I'll give him $5 for it.
For that hat?
Bud.
Okay, Dad.
Jim, you're being very foolish about this whole thing.
Oh, I am I? Just because I have a lucky... just because I happen to like a certain hat, I'm being foolish. That's fine.
Jim, your train leaves in less than an hour.
Well, let it leave. I'll take a plane. I'll walk. But until Mr. Adams comes back with my hat,
Daddy!
I'm not going to... What is it, Kathy?
Mr. Davis is here.
Oh, no. What does he want? I'll be right down, Ed.
Take your time, Jim. No hurry.
Jim, please don't make a fuss in front of Ed.
Of course not. You know I've got better sense than that.
I do?
Well, I guess I've got everything except my hat.
I don't understand, Jim, after that long speech you made about dreams and fortune tellers.
Margaret, my hat has nothing to do with dreams and fortune tellers. It isn't a question of superstition or anything like that. I merely want my hat. And in the future, will you please leave my things alone?
Yes, dear.
I'm not asking for anything unusual. Just don't give my hats to the junk man.
All right, dear.
Jim, I'm sorry to barge in at a time like this. I know you must be kind of busy.
Well, it's all right.
How are you, Ed?
Fine, Margaret, just fine. Jim, I have some property in Chicago, and I wonder if you'll do me a big favor while you're there.
Sure, Ed, I'll be glad to.
Dad, Mr. Adams wasn't there.
That's impossible. He must be there.
Okay, but Mrs. Adams said he wasn't. She's going to see if she can find him.
Margaret, now do you see what you've done?
Jim, you said...
I know what I said, but good grief.
Anything wrong, Jim?
Everything's wrong. We've had nothing but trouble all day. My good hat's gone. The junk man's gone. Bet he didn't even want to go out with your nephew just because he's tall and dark.
You mean Charlie?
Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous?
Oh, I don't understand.
Oh, Janie Liggett has some kind of an idiotic set that tells fortunes, and she told Betty...
Oh, I understand that part, all right. Used to be quite a hand with a Ouija board. But I don't understand about Charlie.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, Ed. She went with him, even though he is tall and dark.
But he isn't. Charlie's short, and he has red hair. Good news about coffee. You've been seeing it in stores everywhere in recent weeks, seeing lower prices on Maxwell House coffee. And the news gets better and better, because grocers today are featuring Maxwell House at the lowest prices in months. Yes, you'll find the lowest prices in months on the coffee with that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. A welcome occasion for everybody, you, your grocer, and for us at Maxwell House, too. You see, we have one aim with our coffee: to bring you the most in flavor and enjoyment every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's our way of doing business. And seems you folks like it. You've made our Maxwell House coffee America's favorite brand. Because you can count on that famous flavor every cup you pour. Because you find more flavor for your money, vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. And at today's prices, Maxwell House is more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for it, featured these days at the lowest prices in months. Enjoy the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire, burn, and cauldron bubble. It's a far cry from the witches of Macbeth to the Andersons of Springfield, but not as far as you might think. An hour has passed, and the situation has altered only slightly. Bud is out playing baseball. Kathy is out playing, well, whatever it is that 9-year-old girls play. But in the white frame house on Maple Street, the air is charged with nervous tension. Not a word has been heard from Betty, and the Andersons and Ed Davis can do nothing but wait. Like this.
Don't like this. Don't like it at all. Look, Ed, I don't care what you do, but do something.
Well, let's try this.
Let me see now.
Jim, I don't understand how you can sit there at a time like this and play canasta.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Margaret, we haven't left a stone unturned. We've called all her friends, the club, all the authorities, and they've promised to let us know the second either one of them turns up.
There must be someone else we can call.
Like who? I'm not even sure calling the police was such a good idea.
Jim, you've got to understand my position. After all, Charlie's my nephew, and we don't know where he is, the idiot. We don't know where Betty is, or how the boy with the dark hair got into it. It's very confusing. Whose turn is it?
Well, the whole thing is certainly nothing to worry about. Just because Janie Liggett is a superstitious little twerp.
Jim, After all the fuss you made about your hat, how can you call anyone superstitious?
My hat has nothing to do with it. And I didn't make a fuss.
Then why did you miss your train?
Because I decided to fly. I wanted to find out what happened to Betty. That's all. Nothing complicated about it. And it has nothing to do with superstition. I guarantee that when Betty shows up, there'll be a perfectly logical explanation of the whole thing.
Well, I hope you're right.
Of course I'm right. Go ahead, Ed. It's your turn.
You haven't put down a card.
Oh. Well, just a minute.
You're certainly taking long enough.
I have a right to think about it, don't I? Just don't rush me.
You know, when I was a boy, we lived in an old house on the north side, and the place was simply crawling with ghosts. Well, one day...
Wait a minute, Ed. Don't tell me you believe in ghosts.
Why not?
Well, it's ridiculous. Everybody knows there's no such thing.
Oh, they do they? Well, let me tell you, Jim, there wasn't a night went by...
Betty?
It's me, Mom.
I'm sorry, Ed. What are you doing home, Bud? Thought you were going to play baseball.
Well, I started to play, but... Gosh, Dad, I told you that bat wasn't any good.
Bud, what on earth happened to your eye?
Ye gods, another shiner. Bud, have you been fighting again?
I got hit with a baseball.
That's great. You know, if this keeps up, you're going to have that eye worn out.
I couldn't help it, Dad. I asked you to let me buy another bat.
You were hit with a ball. What does a bat have to do with it?
Well, they took me out for a pinch hitter. And while I was sitting on the bench, I got hit in the eye.
There, you see? That's what you get for being superstitious.
Why aren't you on the train?
Who said anything about a train?
Jim, Bud is only doing the things you taught him.
I taught him? When did I teach him anything about a bat with no hits in it?
Well, it amounts to the same thing. Just because you're concerned over a silly old hat.
I'm not concerned about my hat. The hat has nothing to do with it. And, Margaret, will you please stop changing the subject? Oh, no, not again.
What was that?
The Glazier's Delight. Kathy!
Bud, tell Kathy to come in here, please.
Okay. Tells me I can't get a new bat and then blames the whole thing on me.
As I was saying, Jim, we had a rocking chair in our living room. And every night it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, what does that prove?
Well, it certainly wasn't moving all by itself.
You know, Ed, you certainly have some very peculiar ideas.
I don't see anything peculiar about him at all. And if you weren't so doggone stubborn...
Stubborn? Me? You're the one who's being stubborn. I'll show you a dozen books that prove there's no such thing as a ghost.
And I'll show you 24 books that prove there are.
Jim, my grandmother Williams said that when she was a girl...
Now, there's a great authority for you. A dame who spent half her life running around with Hottentots.
She was a very sweet woman, and you have no right to make fun of her.
I'm not making fun of her. I'm merely trying to tell you that superstition is silly.
Where did you get that hat?
What?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Kathy, what did you do out there?
I couldn't help it, Daddy. I was trying to make everybody lucky.
She heaved a horseshoe through the garage window.
Oh, fine. We just had it fixed.
But, Daddy, I was worried about Betty, and they told me if I threw it over my right shoulder...
Your left shoulder, Dopey.
Oh, well, no wonder.
Kathy, do you see what you've done?
She was just trying to be helpful, dear.
Sure, and I'm going to be set back another $4.20 for a window.
But, Daddy, they said it was lucky.
Who said it was lucky?
The man who fixed the window.
Look, Kathy, let's examine this thing calmly and with simple logic. Why is a horseshoe lucky?
Well, everybody says it is.
Horses have millions of them, and are they lucky?
Some of them are.
That idiotic rabbit's foot you carry around. Where's the rabbit it used to belong to? Did it bring him any luck?
Well, he was lucky while he had it.
But it didn't keep him from getting shot, did it? He had 4 feet, 4 nice, lucky rabbit's feet, and he still got shot.
He must have looked at the moon over the wrong shoulder.
Now, look, Kathy.
Jim.
I'll answer it.
Dear, if it's Betty, please don't lose your temper.
Oh, silliest family I've ever seen. I think we were living in the Middle Ages. Horseshoes and rabbit's feet.
Father,
how could you do this to me? How could you?
You get inside. I'll talk to you later. Officer?
We found her at Crandall's drugstore, Mr. Anderson. She was having a soda.
And he wouldn't even let me finish.
Oh, well, sorry you were put to all this trouble, officer. I'll see that it doesn't happen again.
Oh, that's okay. We're used to it.
Jim, is it Betty?
Mother, why did you do this to me? Having me dragged home by the police and everybody looking at me.
Darling, we were so worried.
Where's Charlie? What did you do with that rattle-brained redhead?
Did you want the boys? Nobody told me to bring them.
You mean there were two of them?
Father, why didn't you listen to me? I told you I didn't want to go with Tommy.
You said it was Charlie.
I didn't say it was Charlie. I said he was tall and dark, and Janie Liggett said I was going to have trouble. But you wouldn't listen.
I'm sorry I listened in the first place. Who was the other boy?
Tommy?
Tommy who?
I don't know, but he's a friend of Charlie's, and Charlie was trying to get a date for him. And he knew he was going to be late, so he sent Tommy, and we met him down at Mr. Crandall's, and it's all your fault.
What's my fault? If you hadn't started that ridiculous thing about Janie Liggett and the tall, dark man...
Will you be needing me for anything else?
Oh, thank you, officer. I think everything's under control now.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. Sounds to me like the whole house is infested with leprechauns. Better leave a bowl of milk out for them tonight. Otherwise, you'll have nothing but trouble.
Thank you, officer. We'll do just that. Now we've got leprechauns. Betty, what happened to that idiot nephew of mine?
Nothing. When the policeman came, he and Tommy didn't know what to do. So they're having another soda.
Just wait till I get my hands on that carrot-headed numbskull. Just wait.
Oh, it wasn't his fault, Ed. The whole thing was a very unfortunate misunderstanding, that's all.
It's more than that. It's a perfect example of what I've been trying to tell you. Do you see what superstition has done to this family?
Jim, it's not that important.
It is important. We're supposed to be a healthy, normal American family. And what happened to us? We've become involved in a bunch of old-world superstitions, and all our lives are affected. Bud gets a black eye, Kathy breaks a window, Betty gets the whole neighborhood upset with her tall, dark stranger.
Jim, it's very well to scoff at superstition, but when I was a boy...
Ye gods, now what?
I tell you, that chair rocked back and forth. Back and forth.
Mr. Anderson, my friend, my wonderful friend.
It's about time you got here. Where's my hat?
Jim, you mustn't blame Mr. Adams. I gave him the hat.
Mrs. Anderson, look what I brought for you. The biggest box of candy I could find. This is the biggest box of candy in Springfield.
Why, Mr. Adams.
Go ahead, take it, take it. I want you to have it. It's for you.
Mr. Adams, all we want is the hat. May I please
See,
have...
I brought a doll for the little girl. Presents for everybody. A baseball bat and perfume.
Mr. Adams, I have to go to Chicago. May I please have my hat?
Look, Mr. Anderson, cigars. The biggest box I could find.
Mr. Adams.
3 for a half. That's expensive. But nothing is too good for my friend.
Thank you very much. Now may I have my hat?
The hat. That wonderful hat. You know, all my life I've been an unlucky man, a junk man, a poor peddler. And then you gave me that hat, that beautiful hat.
I said I'd give you $5.
Oh, I couldn't sell the hat. Not that hat.
$10.
Jim.
Mr. Anderson?
$15.
I wouldn't sell it for $1 million. Haven't you heard what it did for me? I just won the Irish sweepstakes.
It's been wonderful news the past few weeks. Maxwell House Coffee featured at lower prices. And today, in big stores and small, grocers are featuring America's favorite brand of coffee at the lowest prices in months. I know how welcome that news is for you folks who know and love Maxwell House. And for you folks who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor in your cup, now's the time. Open up a blue tin of Maxwell House and see how much more pleasure you find in coffee when it has the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're proud of it, and we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For the wonderful coffee that's today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House, featured at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop. It doesn't take long for 3 days to come and go. Just about 3 days. And that's precisely what's happened in Springfield. Jim Anderson has gone to Chicago and come back again. And now, for the first time in 3 days, he's at the breakfast table with his family, like this.
I guess I made them sit up and take notice. Right in front of everybody. Mr. Craig said they couldn't have placed the Springfield area in more capable hands.
Jim, he didn't.
He certainly did. And he's only the president of the company, that's all. Boy, you should have seen the eyes pop.
Say, Dad, you know how many hits I got yesterday with the bat Mr. Adams gave me? 6.
That's fine, Bud. How come you had a game yesterday?
Well, it wasn't a regular league game. I was just fooling around with Kathy's team.
He hit 3 home runs.
Oh, it wasn't so much.
Father,
Yes, Benny?
I'm going to a formal next Friday, and I saw the most beautiful dress.
Again?
Betty, your father just got home.
But, Mother, Tommy said it was going to be the most exclusive formal of the year.
Tommy? You mean the tall, dark one?
Uh-huh.
You know, maybe we're going to have trouble with him after all.
Jim, let's not get started on that again. It was a very successful convention, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I accomplished a great deal.
And you did it all without your lucky hat, didn't you?
Margaret, I never said it was a lucky hat. I merely said, well, a man's entitled to a few little idiosyncrasies. That's all it was, so let's just forget it.
All right, dear.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy?
is everything all right now? I mean, you aren't going away on any more trips or anything, are you?
No, Kathy, I'm staying right here, and everything's just as fine as it can be.
Good. Now, can I please have my rabbit's foot back?
Did you know now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor? It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee, nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor, Instant Maxwell House, instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Screen Guild and The Seventh Veil on NBC.
Don't touch that dial. Listen to... Yes, folks, it's another half hour of fun with Blondie and Dagwood, with Arthur Lake as Dagwood, Ann Rutherford as Blondie, and Hanley Stafford as Mr. Dithers. And now for our weekly visit with your neighbors, the Bumsteads of Shady Lane Avenue. Well, last week the Bumsteads and the Dithers left for France, where Dagwood and Mr. Dithers are going to supervise the planning of a housing project. On the boat, Dagwood managed to offend a French fellow traveler to the point where Dagwood was finally challenged to a duel. Well, imagine his surprise when he found out that this man is Pierre Dupré, one of the most influential in the country, and the one man he must get along with in France. But now the boat has docked, and at last the Bumsteads and the Dithers are in France. So the problem of the duel and Monsieur Dupré has been forgotten for the moment. Blondie and Cora and Alexander have gone on ahead to get on the boat train for Paris, while Dagwood and Mr. Dithers are going through customs.
Well, you better come over here, Mr. Dithers. Here's where we go through the customs.
You mean it's where customs goes through us?
George, come on! Out of my way! I will kill him! Holy smoke, that's the man who challenged me to a duel. Quick, let me hide behind you, Mr. Dithers.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you see, I will choke the life out of him. Where did that man go?
He rode off that way.
I'll take the shortcut through the canyon, head him off at Eagle Pass. When I find him again, I will kill him!
He didn't see me, did he? Oh, my. Hey, Mr. Dithers.
Wow.
What's the matter?
I'm smuggling a lot of stuff into France.
Yeah.
I got so much junk tied to me under this coat, I look like a Christmas tree.
Yeah. Hey, but what are you smuggling into France? Perfume?
Certainly. In France, it'll be imported stuff. I got tins of food and plenty of cigarettes and chocolate bars.
What are the chocolate bars for?
Well, the soldiers told me they got wonderful results with chocolate bars. It made everybody love them.
Oh, here comes the French customs officer.
Bonjour, messieurs.
Oh, yes, nice day, isn't it? Yes.
Bumstead, you're in France now. Speak French. Our langage avec clothes in it is there.
Monsieur, you are a Frenchman, n'est-ce pas? Alors, you will have a wonderful time here. You will see the beautiful women of Paris. Oh, mes amis, you will have a wonderful time.
Yeah, but we came with our wives.
Well, then you will see the beautiful cathedrals. You American men are always wearing coats and always so big and fat. Your name, monsieur?
J.C. Dessert.
Dessert. Welcome to La Belle France, Monsieur Dessert. I shake your hand.
Hey, not so hard.
What is this? A can of Swanson's chicken fricassee? Is this yours, monsieur?
Oh, no, it belongs to Swanson. Somebody must have thrown it at me. Why don't you keep it?
Oh, merci beaucoup, monsieur. I'll put it over here.
Merci beaucoup means thank you very much.
Yeah, I thought it meant he liked the chicken fricassee.
If he shakes my hand again, I'm cooked. I got a can of pork and beans under each arm.
What are you doing, keeping them warm?
I thank you again, monsieur. I shake your hand.
Oh, no.
The pork and beans.
Oh, they're not mine.
I see that this belongs to a Mr. Van Camp, eh?
If you keep shaking his hand, you might find something that belongs to Mr. Hines or Mr. Hormel, too.
Bumstead, quiet, you ham.
Monsieur Dithers, are you sure you are not trying to smuggle anything into France?
Who, me?
Would you mind shaking yourself a bit, Monsieur Dithers?
Shake myself? Oh, no, I don't think I'd better.
No, he'd better not. You see, Mr. Dithers has a bad case of scabiosa of the petunia.
Yes.
Is it contagious?
No, but every time he shakes himself, his head falls off a little bit.
That can be fatal, you know.
I will hold your head down, Monsieur Dithers. Now you shake yourself a little.
Well, just a little.
What was all that?
Well, I always jingle a little bit. You see,
Yes, he's wearing a charm bracelet.
I will investigate this later. Now let me see the suitcases.
Oh, well, here's mine. Do you want to look in it?
I'm not sure. Look in my eyes and tell me whether you have anything in there to declare.
I declare I have nothing to declare.
I won't bother to look. Monsieur Dithers?
I have nothing to declare either.
In your case, I will investigate. Oh, what a sneaky look you have, Monsieur Bidwell. What a time you will have in Paris.
Oh. Well, there's really nothing in there.
I will look. Shirts, socks, ties. Sacre bleu. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?
Put that back.
Hey, Mr. Diddy, I think it's your girdle.
I presume that this garment belongs to a Madame Gossard narrow line?
Oh, no, you don't. That belongs to me. There are certain times when every man wants to look narrow as an arrow. You buy your own tummy tuck-in.
Hey, Mr. Dithers, look. Look what's coming this way. Oh, boy.
Oh, La Belle France. Ooh, la la.
Monsieur Vernet.
Oui, excuse me, gentlemen. I will be back in a moment.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Take all day.
Yeah, I guess that's what you were telling me about, huh, Mr. Dithers? Oh, boy, what a figure.
Well, that's not a figure. It's the sum total. Oh, she does something to me. When I look at her, I quiver all over.
So I hear.
Oui. You gentlemen did not tell me you had influential friends, but the young mademoiselle did. Eh bien, you are passed through customs without any further delay.
Oh, thank you, Beaucoup.
Yes, mercy. Thank you also.
Thank you for the canned food.
Oh, it wasn't mine.
Bonjour, gentlemen. Welcome to France.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Holy smoke! She hit the jackpot.
Who cares? I can pick up that stuff later, but I'll never get another chance to pick up this crepe Suzette.
You are Monsieur Dithers, are you not? And you?
Oh, yes, and I'm Mr. Bumwood. I'm Mr. Dagbum. Woodshed. No. Who am I?
You are Dagwood Boomstead.
Oh, yes, thank you.
The genius from America who has come to help us.
Oh, I hardly recognize myself lately.
Let me introduce myself, I am Yvonne Ibert, and I work in Monsieur Dupre's office. You'll be seeing a lot of me.
See, I hope not. How will we ever get any work done?
Oh, Monsieur Boomstead, you are so cute.
Oh, go on. I am so.
Yes, you are.
Hey, I'm cute, too.
I was just on my way to see Monsieur Dupre on board ship when I recognized you from your pictures.
Oh, what sort of work do you do, Miss Ibert?
Public relations. My job will be to keep you happy in France.
Oh, my.
Oh, they couldn't have picked anybody better. Well, let's get started making me happy. Oh, what's your telephone number? Where do you live? Oh, when do you get off work? Have I missed anything?
Yeah, you forgot to ask who's on first base.
Bumstead.
Well, look, J.C., we've got to meet our wives at the train, remember?
Did anybody ask you?
Well, I have to be running along now, too. Here is my car.
Oh, thank you.
Give me that. And where can I meet you tomorrow afternoon, Mademoiselle?
Here, I will write it on a piece of paper. We can have an aperitif at 4 at the Café de la Paix.
I'll be there.
And my phone number is Moma 2354. Now, can I do anything for you, Monsieur Boomstead?
Yes. Will you let me know how Monsieur Dupre is?
Moma 2354.
Well, very well, but why are you so interested in Monsieur Dupre?
Well, he is supposed to kill me as soon as he's feeling better.
Beautiful, Dagwood.
Oh, yes, it certainly is, Blondie.
Gee. Oh, what's the matter, Alexander?
Well, everybody's so educated here. Even the conductor speaks French.
Yes, I noticed that, too. Oh, well, we'll be in Paris pretty soon. Aren't you excited, Julius?
Yeah, Momart 2354.
I just can't wait to see the Louvre and all the famous French dress shops.
I think I'll buy a French bathing suit.
Oh, Cora. Don't I see enough of you as it is?
Dagwood, darling, you're rather quiet. What's the trouble?
Trouble, huh? I'm worried about that duel with Mr. Dupre. Do you suppose I have to go through with it, Blondie?
Of course you do.
What?
For the honor of the J.C. Dithers Construction Company.
Yeah, but the company hasn't got any honor, Mr. Dithers.
Pop, I asked the steward about that Mr. Dupre and whether he was a good shot.
Yeah, I suppose he said he was one of the best pistol shots in France.
No, he's one of the best pistol shots in the world.
Oh, yeah, that's a much bigger place, isn't it? Yeah.
Say, wait a minute, Dagwood. I've got an idea.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you get to choose the weapon.
What do you think I should suggest? Feather dusters at 10 feet?
No, I've got a better idea. Sawed-off shotguns in a telephone.
Oh, my.
Blondie, you're going to look beautiful in black.
Hey, Mom, don't you think we ought to keep Pop around for a little while longer?
No, Blondie, I don't think that's a good idea for Dagwood. But I think it's a dandy idea for Julius.
Oh, Cora, Momart 2354.
No, I think it's a good idea. Dagwood will name the weapons, and Mr. Dupre will just have to back out of it. Why, he doesn't want to get killed any more than anybody else.
Hey, I think you got something there, Blondie. Oh, boy, I'm going to enjoy the scenery a little better now. I can't wait to see the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, you can have the tower. I'm planning on seeing another Eiffel.
For us.
Yeah.
Paris in the morning.
Gee, we're kind of a long ways from home, aren't we?
Smell that wonderful air.
Yeah, but what is that? Crepe Suzettes or frog legs frying? What is that?
Oh, Dagwood. Oh, isn't this a wonderful old hotel? It has so much old-fashioned charm.
Yeah, and that's not all that's old-fashioned. Did you see what was under the bed? A boot jack.
Well, I certainly enjoyed having breakfast in bed for once.
Yeah, but gee, the French are sure funny, aren't they? They could hardly stand to see me put horseradish and brown sugar on my poached eggs.
Well, ever since you did that, I felt a little queer myself. Come in.
Oh, good morning, Alexander.
Ah, Eddie, come with me to the castle.
Never
Oh, boy, folks, this is really living. And the cookie and I have a wonderful breakfast. Did you have it downstairs? Yeah. We didn't think there'd be room for all we wanted on the bed.
Oh.
Goodness. You didn't have any trouble paying for it, did you? Oh, no. I just signed for it.
Oh, that's good, son. Did you sign your name or my name?
I signed Mr. Dithers' name.
Oh. Alexander, your old pop's mighty proud of you.
Well, now that I've checked in, I'll check out again. I'm going back downstairs. What's the rush, Alexander? Well, at breakfast, I happened to meet a little French girl. Well, don't run off anywhere, Alexander. Mother, I hardly know the girl. Well, pardon me. Au revoir. Momart 235. Well, Dagwood, we have some business to take care of today.
Yeah, I got to get started supervising some of those housing development plans.
The first thing is to get rid of this silly duel business. Now, you've got to have someone who'll talk to Mr. Dupre.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Or how about Mr. Dithers?
Dagwood. He'd sell you down the river just for the laugh. Why, he'd have Mr. Dupre armed with a saber and you fighting him with a stalk of wet asparagus. Besides, Mr. Dithers told Cora he'd be busy this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Momart 2354, yeah.
So, to protect you, Cora and I are going to be your seconds.
Holy smoke.
And if you don't think we two girls can handle that man, well, just stop and think how easily we handle you two men.
Okay, Blondie. You've got the job.
Well, that's good. And then we'll all go over to his office in one of those cute little French taxi cabs.
neighbors. Now I lay me down to sleep.
I think this is the office the man said.
Yeah, well, go ahead and knock, Blondie. After that cab ride, I'm afraid of nothing.
Neither am I. Go ahead and knock, Blondie.
Andre?
Are you Monsieur Dupre?
Oui. Come in, ladies, and... There is that man again.
Yes, hello. Remember me?
Remember you. I will never forget you. Cochon, Bastille.
Oh, my.
Monsieur Dupre, we two ladies are acting as his seconds. Since he was the one who was slapped, we have the choice of the weapons.
You are entirely correct. But before you choose, let me warn you that I am an excellent swordsman. It would be just... and he would be sliced like salami.
Are you trying to make me hungry?
Now listen, you stop slicing the air so close to my nose, or I'll take this paper knife and go zip, 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 and give you a haircut.
Please put that down. You make me very nervous. Now, what weapons have you chosen?
The weapons will be sawed-off shotguns.
Sawed-off shotguns?
Yes.
Sacre bleu. Wouldn't that be dangerous?
It ought to be fatal.
But monsieur, what distance?
Well, we'll fight it out in a phone booth.
No. That is ridiculous. We will both be killed.
Well, that's better than just little me being killed.
Maybe I have changed my mind.
Yeah, well, you have? Oh, well, in that case, I insist on the duel.
But, monsieur...
Yes, but don't you like the duel?
Yes, but I am not a fanatic about it.
Okay, don't be foolish. Never mind. I demand satisfaction.
Don't overdo it, dear.
Monsieur, I beg of you, do not force us into this. I will apologize.
It is too late. My honor's at stake. I want a duel. I insist.
Very well, if you insist.
Yeah, but I didn't say positively, did I? Well, look, how about it? We'll just call the whole thing off.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. You are most generous. What is your name?
Well, I thought that you knew, Monsieur Dupre. I am Dagwood Bumstead, the man who's going to help you with your housing development.
Dagwood Bumstead? Oh, monsieur, forgive me. Welcome to France.
Hey, be careful. Hey, stop kissing me. Now, stop that.
Well, I can see you two want to be together. Come on, Cora.
Blondie, wait just a minute, dear. Monsieur Dupre, this is Mrs. Bumstead.
Madame Bumstead, je suis enchanté.
And this is Mrs. Dithers.
Enchanté.
Never mind, I catch on. Come on, Blondie, we've got a lot of shops to visit.
We'll see you later, Dagwood.
Goodbye.
Monsieur Bumstead, would you really have dueled with sawed-off shotguns in a phone booth?
Of course I would. But I did have some other weapons in mind, too.
Oh, what were they?
Well, we could use erasers and try to rub each other out. Well, here you are, Mr. Monsieur Dupre. You can see the changes I made in these drawings, see?
Yes,
there.
Monsieur Bumstead. Oh, this is excellent.
Okay.
It is a good day's work.
Well, I'll go back in the other room and finish it up.
Oh, no, monsieur. We must take the rest of the day off. Perhaps we can have an aperitif with a charming friend of mine. Her name is Yvonne.
Oh, Yvonne.
Oh, yes, monsieur. She is, to use the wonderful American expression, a gorgeous hunk of junk.
She sounds just a little bit familiar.
Oh, what a woman. Lovely black hair, beautiful deep brown eyes, and... what a woman.
Yeah, that's the same girl I'm thinking of, too.
Oh, no, I do not think so. Oh, Monsieur Bumstead, I am so jealous of her. In the last 3 years, I have shot 3 men who were in love with her.
Gee, who were they?
Her 3 husbands. I hate myself when I do these mean things. It hurts me terribly.
Yeah, it must hurt the men a little bit, too, that you shoot.
Yes. But I am a demon when I see her smiling at another man. I'm a raging beast. I want to kill somebody.
Oh, my.
Entree.
Oh, hello, Bumstead. I've been looking for you everywhere and couldn't find you all over.
Yeah. Hi, how are you? Monsieur, Monsieur Dupre, this is Monsieur Dithers.
Oh, Monsieur Dithers, it is a pleasure. Tell me, how are you enjoying your trip to France?
Monsieur Dupre, it is magnifique. I have met the most beautiful girl you ever saw. Mother Nature must have shortchanged at least 5 girls to give this one all she's got.
Monsieur Dithers, I know a girl who is even more beautiful.
Well, if you saw me with this girl, I know you'd be jealous.
Yeah, and I know you'd be a little dead, too.
Yes, sir, you'd go mad.
Yeah, you're so right.
I'm meeting you at 4 at the Café de la Paix, and I think she's giving somebody else the slip.
Monsieur Bumstead and I were just about to go out for an aperitif, but we will go to the Café de la Paix, too. One moment, I will call Yvonne.
Yvonne?
Allô? Maman, 2, 3, 5, 4.
Did you say Momar 2354?
Oui.
Well.
Mr. Dithers, Monsieur Dupre was just telling me how he shot 3 of Yvonne's husbands.
But they do not laugh like that.
No, they're sort of croaked.
Does not answer. That is very strange.
Maybe she's going out to see somebody else.
Bumstead.
Oh, if I catch that man, I will take him by the throat and I will...
Bumstead, you go to the Café de la Paix and have him get rid of that crepe Suzette I ordered for 4 o'clock.
Crepe Suzette at 4 o'clock? I don't understand, Mr. Dithers.
Bumstead.
Yeah?
Get going or I'll cut off your salary and you and your family will have to swim back to the States.
Yeah, oh, but...
Sure, hop in your motorboat and get going.
Now, where do we go next, Cora?
Well, let's see now. Where's that slip of paper I wrote the addresses of the shops on? Oh, here it is. Oh, I guess this is the wrong side. It says, meet me at 4, Café de la Paix. Well, I didn't write that.
Well, neither did I.
Well, it's a woman's handwriting. Blondie, come on. Let's see which one of our husbands is mixed up in this.
Oh, Cora, well, it couldn't be Dagwood.
Oh, don't be too sure. Remember, this is Paris. Let's get to that cafe.
Hey, she's got to be here someplace. Oh, my.
Monsieur.
Yeah? Oh, no postcards. No.
Monsieur, these are the real thing. American postcards. Pictures of Hollywood.
Oh?
Griffith Park, the Sunset Boss, elaborate tar pits. Perhaps you would like a can of Swanson's chicken fricassee?
No, thank you.
Monsieur Bumstead.
Oh, Mademoiselle, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, and I am so very happy to see you. Oh, you know, I had hoped it would be you.
What?
Oui, Monsieur Dithers. He is nice, but you are much cuter.
Cut it out.
Yes, you are.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get the wrong idea about me.
I don't care if you get the wrong idea about me.
Now, don't get so close to me.
Why not?
You're fogging up my eyeballs.
Oh, Monsieur Bumstead.
Yeah, now, you better not get too close to me. You'll cook my goose.
Well, come a little closer and I'll barbecue it.
You better keep away.
Oh, why? What would happen? Let's see. There.
Well, what happened to me then?
The waiter just opened a bottle of wine.
Oh, Look, Mademoiselle Hubert, I came to tell you that Mr. Dithers is coming right over with, a Monsieur Dupre, and if he finds you here, there's going to be a lot of trouble.
Oh, that man! Oh, la la, he has threatened to shoot any man I even smile at.
Yeah, well, don't smile at me at all, then, please. Hey, now, you got to leave right away.
No, I will not do it. Let him shoot the man. He can't scare me.
Well, he can scare me real easy.
Here, let me hold your hand.
But Blondie.
So, I have competition.
That's not competition, that's my wife. And Mr. Dithers' wife.
Well, this is a switch. I thought it would be Julius.
Dagwood, was it you who had this date at 4 here?
Blondie, dear, I'm as innocent as the drifted snow.
Well, it looks to me like you've drifted too far.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, and Mr. Bear, this is Mrs. Bumstead.
How do you do?
And Mrs. Dithers.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Yes, I can tell at a glance that you were waiting for Mr. Dithers. Oh, that is right. But you see...
Yvonne!
Oh, there's Mr. Dithers.
Yeah, we'd better hide under the table here until the police come. Come on, Blondie.
Well, hello, Julius.
Oh, hello, Warden.
Yvonne, where is the man you are waiting for? Quickly tell me, I want to know.
You want to know?
Oui, I want to know.
Shall I tell him?
No. Don't put the poor guy on the spot.
Go ahead and tell him.
Was it Dagwood?
It was Monsieur Dithers.
Dithers? Oh, it was you.
No, it was Bumstead.
Yes, no, I'm innocent, I think.
I'm tired of being afraid to say hello to anybody because you will challenge him to a duel. We will straighten this out right now. Go ahead and shoot Monsieur Dithers.
Very well. I will do it.
Oh, no, please.
Go ahead and kill him. Let's make an international incident out of it. Maybe it will teach you not to be so jealous. I think that's a wonderful idea. It would also teach Julius not to be quite such a gay old turkey.
Now, just a moment. You're all being a little foolish about this.
Oh, you are so right, Mrs. Bumstead. I can't stand it. I feel terrible when she's with me, and terrible when she's not. I don't know what to do.
Oh, now, Pierre, mon cher. Oh, now, please.
But I can't help it. I don't know what to do.
Well, I have a wonderful suggestion for both of you.
Yes, Blondie always has wonderful ideas.
Anything. What is it?
Well, why don't you two get married?
He has never asked me.
But I have. Haven't I?
Never. I know how it is, Yvonne. I had to propose to Julius, too. I finally said, will you marry me?
And pointed both barrels at me.
Yvonne, will you marry me?
Oh, but of course, chérie.
What do you know about that?
Oh, Mrs. Bumstead, I cannot thank you enough. I just never thought of asking her to marry me before. How did you happen to think of it?
Oh, Monsieur Dupre, that was no idea. It's just an old American...
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. To be or not to be, that's quite a question, isn't it? Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles. That's a question, too, and quite a problem. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons are old hands when it comes to questions and problems. Big problems, little problems, they've had their share of them all. Like this.
I've never seen anything like it in my whole life.
Jim.
Oh. Bless, O Lord, this food to our use and our lives to thy service. Amen.
Amen. All right, Kathy, eat your dinner.
Say, Dad.
Tell me golf is a game of skill.
Dad.
He couldn't do anything wrong, and I couldn't do anything right.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Look at Betty.
What about her? Betty? Betty,
What?
what's the matter with you?
Nothing, Father. Nothing at all.
Well, stop daydreaming and eat your dinner.
Yes, Father.
She still thinks she's Camille.
All right, Kathy.
I think she's nuts.
Bud.
Well, holy cow, Mom. She walks around coughing all the time.
Never mind, Bud. Just eat your dinner and be quiet.
Holy cow.
You know what he did on the 6th hole, Margaret? He sliced one out of bounds, it hit a tree and bounced right back on the green.
Yes, dear.
That's a great way to win the semifinals, isn't it? Skill. Huh.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
why do they call Marguerite the Lady of the Camellias?
Because that's what she wore, camellias. Now forget about it and eat your dinner.
Gee whiz.
Betty, will you please pass the butter?
Father,
What is it, Betty?
it's very kind of you, monsieur, to speak to me so gently.
What?
Here is the butter.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Betty, what in the name of... What's gotten into you?
Why, nothing, Father.
Well, then stop it. The play is over. You were wonderful. You were sensational, but it's over. Now come on back to earth.
It's all right, Jim. It may take her a few days, but she'll get over it.
I know, but a man can stand just so much. We've had Camille for breakfast, dinner, and supper for the last month, and I'm getting sick of it. If this keeps up, she won't be in any more plays, and that's a promise.
What a play.
Oh, Armand, I love you.
Nobody even got shot or anything.
Father,
What is it, Betty?
do you know who was in the audience last night?
We were.
A talent scout from Hollywood. Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Betty,
Yes, Father.
don't fall into the swimming pool.
What?
Betty, I saw the show last night, and, well, this is a practical world. You've got to realize...
Jim.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to explain to her...
Jim, she's so young. Let her dream, just for a little while.
Well, I think the entire thing is ridiculous.
Me too.
Eat your dinner and be quiet.
Gee whiz.
I'm going to dedicate myself, my entire life, to the theater.
Bud, pass the potatoes, please.
Do you want to know why?
No. Come on, Bud.
Here you are, Dad.
Thank you.
Because there are moments when I lose myself in that dream. Because there are days when I am weary of the life I lead and imagine that I have another. Because in the midst of my turbulent existence, though my reason, my pride, my senses are alive, my heart is so tired of never finding tender understanding. Little do people care.
Ah, shut up.
Bud.
Mother, what he said.
Bud, how dare you speak that way to your sister?
Well, holy cow, Mom.
Jim, will you please say something to Bud?
Hello, Bud.
Hi, Dad.
Jim Anderson, it is not funny, and I don't care what Betty did. There's no excuse.
Your mother's right, Bud. You shouldn't have said it.
I know, Dad, but good gravy.
Tell Betty you're sorry, and, well, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Betty. I shouldn't have said what I said.
You want me to forgive you? Dear one, what is there to forgive? In a world such as ours...
Betty, for Pete's sake, cut it out.
But, Father...
You've been spouting Camille around here until I've got it coming out of my ears. Now stop it.
Very well. But when I'm a famous movie star and they ask me who is responsible for my success...
Margaret, she isn't just counting her chickens. She's selling next year's eggs.
Betty, we mustn't raise our hopes too high.
What do you mean, our hopes? Bud, that was the doorbell.
I know.
Well, answer it.
Holy cow. You'd think there was a law that nobody else was allowed to open the door.
Margaret, you certainly don't think that Betty has a chance of being a movie star, do you?
Why not? I've seen certain people a lot less talented than Betty.
But she isn't trained for it. She isn't prepared.
Father, they train you.
And she and Janie Liggett are both preparing.
What?
Kathy.
Well, you and Janie were trying on sweaters, and she said...
Kathy.
Kathy, why don't you go in and do your homework?
I haven't finished my milk.
Well, finish it. and behave yourself.
Hi, Betty. Oh, Billy, come on
Hello,
in.
Billy. Glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Anderson. Beautiful evening, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Billy. How are your mother and father?
Just fine, thank you.
Would you care for a piece of cake?
No, thanks. We've got to run along. Janie Liggett's throwing a big party for the Dramatic Club. Sort of a celebration, you know.
Yes, Betty was telling us. Bud, what are you doing out there?
I'm waiting for the doorbell to ring again.
Stop being such a smart aleck and come back here. Unless you'd rather skip your dinner.
Well, every time I sit down, the doorbell rings, and I'm the only one who ever gets to answer it, so...
Sit down and finish your dinner.
Holy cow.
We were just talking about the play. Weren't we, Jim?
Yes, we certainly were.
We thought it was wonderful. Didn't we, dear?
Yes, we certainly were talking about it.
Billy, tell them what the club critique said about my performance.
Well, as the director of the various productions, I run a critique after each performance, a sort of symposium. And we're quite ruthless in our critical analysis, in a constructive way, of course.
Of course.
What did he say?
Never mind. Just drink your milk.
I drank it.
Well, drink Bud's. Go ahead, Billy.
Well, as I was saying, we decided that while Betty's performance lacked the polish of a more experienced artiste, it had warmth, spirit, and a certain objective maturity you can only describe as éclat.
You don't say.
Oh, yes. Why, when she was dying, didn't you notice the brilliant resonance in her cough? She had a timbre you'll find in mighty few Camille's.
Well, she comes by it naturally. Her grandfather was a champion hog caller.
Jim, Billy and Betty are being quite sincere and earnest.
Well, so am I. Just because you can cough loud, that doesn't mean they're going to send you to Hollywood.
Who said anything about Hollywood?
Billy Smith, you told me there was a talent scout in the audience.
Woman's place is in the home, caring for her family, sharing the joys and sorrows of the man she loves.
Mother, have you ever heard anything more prehistoric?
Betty, I really don't think...
Just a minute, Margaret. Betty, this is one quarrel you aren't going to drag us into. If you and Billy want to fight, do it on your own time.
But, Father, he's so pig-headed.
I am not pig-headed. I just believe in equal rights for men. That's all.
Betty, if you're going to the Liggetts, go.
I spent a whole month preparing for Camille.
Betty.
And then he has the nerve to tell me.
Betty.
Yes, Father?
Go.
Well, come on, Billy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Billy. Glad you
I
came
won't
over.
be out too late, Mother.
All right, dear. Have a good time.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Gosh, Betty, I didn't mean to get you all excited.
I'm not excited, but there's no reason why I can't take a screen test if I want to.
But why? I told you in the very beginning.
Of all the idiotic arguments I've ever heard...
Well, at least it's a little different.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
why doesn't Billy want Betty to go into the movies?
I don't know, baby. I guess he just wants her to stay in Springfield.
Why?
So they can smooch, Dopey.
Bud.
Well, if she doesn't know...
But if there are any clinical replies to be given around here, please let me give them.
Holy cow.
Kathy, you see, when you're very young and in love, you dream up all kinds of things. Now, actually, there isn't any reason for Betty and Billy.
There, you see?
What?
I told you it was going to ring again, and you said I was being a smart aleck.
I don't know. Isn't there going to be one evening we can go through without all this fuss and excitement?
Bud, stop making such an issue of it and answer the door.
I'll answer it myself. He can finish his dinner.
I'll go, Dad.
Never mind. Just do as you're told. Has to walk a full 20 feet to get to the front door. You'd think it was going to kill him.
I'll pour your coffee, dear.
All right, Margaret. I'll be right back.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes?
my name is Kay. Alfred Kay. May I come in?
Why, yes. Come right in.
Thank you. You probably heard that I was in town.
Well, quite frankly, no.
Oh, I thought you had. Mr. Anderson, I represent the Metropolitan Picture Corporation of Hollywood.
Metropolitan? You mean you're the talent scout?
You did hear about me.
Margaret! He's here. He came.
Jim, what is it?
The talent scout. He's it. I mean, he's here. He's right here now.
Mr. Anderson, there's no need to get excited.
What on earth are you talking about?
What's the matter, Dad?
I want to see, too.
Margaret, this is my wife, Mrs. Kay. I mean...
Mrs. Anderson, I'm Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures.
Oh, no.
Holy cow.
Gosh.
Now, let's not get excited, children. Let's just keep our heads. Just keep our heads.
Bud, call the Liggets immediately. Tell them to send Betty home at once.
Okay, Mom.
Oh, I wouldn't go to all that trouble, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, it's no trouble, Mr. Kay. No trouble at all. Let's go into the living room where we can be more comfortable.
Oh, thank you. That'll be very nice.
You can't imagine how excited we are, Mr. Kay.
Well, I think I can. After all, a thing like this doesn't happen every day, does it? Well, that's better.
Don't I get to say hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Mr. Kay, this is our younger daughter, Kathleen.
Yeah. Yes. I noticed her in the audience last night. How are you, Kathleen?
I'm very pleased to meet you, sir.
Oh, sweet child. Mr. Anderson.
Hey, Mom. Betty isn't there yet, but I told them about the talent scout, and they said they'd send her home the second that she came in.
That's fine, Bud, just fine.
We're very proud of Betty, Mr. Kay.
But I'm not sure she wants to go into pictures. You see...
Well, that needn't bother us, Mr. Anderson. I want to talk to you about a screen test for Kathleen.
Kathy?
Oh, no.
A cup of coffee keeps right on making good news these days. In stores everywhere, grocers have been featuring Maxwell House at lower prices. And now they're featuring lower prices still on America's favorite brand of coffee. Something we're all happy to see. You, your grocer, and Maxwell House, too. Now the world's most famous coffee flavor comes to you at the lowest prices in months. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor you can count on cup after cup, day after day. Because with Maxwell House coffee, we have just one aim, to bring you the most in flavor and satisfaction every pound you buy. To bring you truly good coffee at the lowest possible price. That's why you find so much more flavor for your money in Maxwell House. Your money's worth and more in real pleasure. And at today's prices, it's more than ever today's coffee buy. Look for that familiar blue Maxwell House tin in your store. Featured these days at still lower prices. The lowest prices in months. See how much you enjoy a cup of coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A very few minutes have passed in the white frame house on Maple Street. And the status is not what you would call exactly quo. Betty is on her way back from the Liggets to meet the talent scout, and Billy Smith, who is jealous, doesn't want her to meet the talent scout, we think. But that's all right, because the talent scout has left anyway. And besides, he didn't want Betty, he wanted Kathy. And furthermore, well, you can see how, with just a little consideration and common sense, normal excitement can be completely controlled and turned into a sort of seething confusion. Like this.
But, Daddy, you said you didn't want me to go into the movies.
I know, but you didn't have to tell him you'd rather be a lady wrestler.
Well, I would.
Jim, I'm worried.
About what?
About Betty. What are we going to tell her?
What can we tell her? We'll tell her the truth, that's all.
Jim, there are times when the truth can be very cruel, especially to an imaginative young girl.
Well, I'm certainly not going to lie to her.
Lying is a sin.
Kathy, why don't you dry up? Can't you see we've got a problem?
Yes, Bud.
Kathleen, if you start that phony coughing again...
I'm sorry, Father. I'll try to control myself, even though something deep within me...
Stop it. Margaret, if she's going to keep that up...
She won't, Jim. Will you, Kathy?
Will I what?
Kathy, darling. Mommy and Daddy have a great problem. We need your help.
Boy, are you in trouble.
Bud?
Well, holy cow. If you have to count on that knothead.
Mother!
But if you can't behave yourself, I'd suggest you go to bed.
I'm sorry.
Margaret, the plain truth of the matter is that the man wasn't impressed with Betty's performance. That's what we'll have to tell her.
I know, Jim, but not right away.
I still think he was a little out of his mind, telling me Kathy looked like a Da Vinci cherub. Kathy, stop it.
I'm sorry, Daddy. I forgot.
Margaret,
Yes, dear.
do you suppose we made a mistake? We could have sent her all the way out to California.
Jim.
What have you got against California?
You just keep it up, Bud. That's all. When I get to be a lady wrestler.
Kathy, please. We have a very great favor to ask of you, and we haven't very much time.
Margaret, I say you're making a mistake. Tell Betty the truth, and if she isn't big enough to take it...
Jim, believe me, this is one time when the truth is a very dangerous thing. If we can just convince Betty that she doesn't want to go to Hollywood.
I can just see that.
We can try, Jim. If we succeed and she doesn't want to go, then it won't make any difference if she finds out about Kathy.
In other words, you're going to put yourself at the mercy of that, cherub.
What else can we do?
Dad, how would it be?
Just a moment, Bud, please. Kathy, will you promise not to say anything to Betty about Mr. K?
Not even I'm a cherub?
Not even that.
Gee whiz.
Kathy, I have here a list titled Damages for May. Kathleen Anderson. 4 windows, 1 windshield, 2 rose bushes, 1 shrub.
Is that just May?
First half.
Gosh.
Well?
Okay, Mommy. I won't talk.
Thank you, dear.
Boy, parents can sure louse up your life.
Kathy.
Mother!
We're in the living room, Betty.
Remember, Kathy, not a word.
Okay.
Kathy.
You mean I can't even cough?
I'm sorry we took so long, but you know how traffic is these days.
We left the second Janie told us, but...
Mother, where is he?
Well, you see, dear...
But Janie said the talent scout was here. She told me.
Daddy sent him away.
Father!
Kathy.
Well, I didn't tell her who.
Bud, take Kathy upstairs.
Come on, Squirt.
I don't want to go upstairs. I won't say anything honest.
Come on, will ya?
Well, stop pulling me. Why do you always have to pull me?
Father, you didn't send him away. Tell me you didn't send him away.
I'm sorry, Betty, but I did.
Oh, Father.
Betty, your father and I felt it was...
My entire life is ruined. Everything I'd hoped for, everything I'd planned.
Betty, if you'd only try to understand...
Understand? Mr. Anderson, this sort of treachery passes all understanding.
What?
As Betty's director, I say you have perpetrated a crime against the arts. Stolen from the silver screen one of its most glittering gems. You have purloined...
Wait a minute. Which side are you on, anyway? You said you didn't want Betty to go into pictures.
I said that? I? Did Svengali hide Trilby under a bushel basket? Did Cecil B. DeMille?
Oh, go home.
Father!
Stop saying father. If you must know the truth...
Jim, please.
Margaret, if they're going to accuse me of having ruined the movie industry...
Betty, whatever we did was for your good. You must know that.
But after I'd worked so hard and so long, a whole month, and it's just thrown away.
Honey, you aren't ready to be an actress. You haven't lived enough or suffered enough.
I could have lived and suffered in Hollywood, couldn't I?
Betty's a great actress. One of the greatest I've ever directed. And I've had almost 2 years of it.
Wait a minute, Billy. Betty, you know, you might think Springfield is pretty dull and monotonous. But this is where you belong. This is your home.
That has nothing to do with it. I wanted a career. I wanted to be a success. And you spoiled everything.
Did I? Betty, there's one thing you've got to learn. There are a great many kinds of career. Your mother has a career, a very fine career. Your mother and millions of women just like your mother. They've raised families. They've built homes. They've worked with their husbands and helped them in 1,000 different ways. Without women like your mother, life would be a very difficult thing. True, being a wife and a mother isn't as glamorous as being a movie star, but the rewards are so much greater.
I never heard of anybody getting an Oscar for being a mother.
Well, they give out different rewards to mothers. They give a mother a baby's tears to carry in her heart. They give her laughter and love to comfort her on lonely nights. They give her dirty faces to wash and hymns to let out. They give her the greatest collection of memories a woman can want. You can take all your picture stars, all your scientists, all your women who have made names for themselves in industry and commerce, and the most successful woman, the woman with the greatest possible career, is still the plain, everyday mother.
That's telling her, Dad.
Jim.
Just a minute, Margaret. Weren't you kids told to go upstairs?
We are upstairs.
But you didn't say we couldn't listen.
Well, go do your homework or something.
Holy cow.
I'll get it.
Father,
Yes, Betty?
I'm sorry I was such a goon.
Oh, you weren't at all, Betty. You just didn't understand.
Being a mother is a very difficult thing. Very difficult indeed.
Especially if you're a man.
Yes. What?
Never mind.
Betty, naturally, we realize that you're very disappointed.
Oh, no, I'm not, Mother. Not really, I guess.
Well, anyway, you've got something Janie Liggett hasn't got. They didn't want her to be a movie star.
That's right. Wait until she hears I turned it down. Oh, Billy.
Now, just a second, Betty. Let's not make a big thing out of this. Oh, who was that on the phone, Kathy?
Oh, I took care of it. It was just a reporter from the Springfield Herald.
Kathy,
Yes, Father.
what did he want?
Oh, information about the screen test.
Jim, you'd better call them back.
Oh, he doesn't have to, Mommy. I told the man everything he wanted to know.
Which is what?
Well, he wanted to know if it was true that Miss Betty Anderson had been offered a screen test.
And what did you tell him?
I told him, yes.
Oh.
And I told him she turned it down and he wanted to know why. So I told him.
Kathy, what did you tell him?
Well, just what you said. I told him that Betty didn't want to go to Hollywood. And he said why. And I told him she was going to stay in Springfield on account of she was going to be a mother.
All across the country, grocers have been doing a pleasant job in recent weeks, putting lower price tags on Maxwell House coffee. And now those grocers are doing the job again. Yes, these days they're featuring Maxwell House at lower prices still, the lowest prices in months. Certainly that's welcome news for you folks who drink Maxwell House every day. And for you who haven't been getting that wonderful good to the last drop flavor, now's the time to bring home a blue Maxwell House tin. Find out how much more real enjoyment there is in a cup of coffee when it brings you the world's most famous flavor. Flavor you can count on always, because we're mighty proud of it. And we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. For truly good coffee, for today's coffee buy, look for Maxwell House. Featured these days at the lowest prices in months. It's always good to the last drop. A day has passed, and in Springfield, the Andersons wait anxiously for the newspaper, which is to carry a retraction on the original story about Betty Anderson, American Mother. Buried on one of the back pages, they're going to find the retraction, all right. And it reads like this.
The editors of the Springfield Herald regret a slight inaccuracy in yesterday's story concerning the screen test offered to Miss Betty Anderson of this city. We are happy to state that there is no basis of fact in the report that she is to be a mother. In an effort to learn the complete details in this matter, however, the Herald, with its policy of accurate reporting, interviewed Mr. Alfred Kay of Metropolitan Pictures as he was leaving from the Springfield airport. Mr. Kay confirmed the fact that Miss Anderson had been offered a test and supplied the true facts concerning her refusal. After completing her education in Springfield, he told us, Miss Anderson is going to embark on a career as a lady wrestler.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned for Humphrey Bogart in The Maltese Falcon on NBC.
Tom's famous Quick Relief for Acid Indigestion presents A Date with Judy.
Hello?
Hello, Judy. This is Oogie.
Oogie. Oogie, dear. My own beloved Oogie.
Huh?
Oogie. The man who makes my heart sing with just a glance. The man who makes each moment spent with him a thrilling adventure.
But, Judy, just this morning you said I was a pot. A P-O-T pot.
I know, dear one. But that was this morning and before I talked to Tootsie Whiteman.
Oh, really? What did Tootsie say?
She said that you were the most fascinating man in town.
Oh, wow.
Well, Tootsie's been out with college men. So if she saw you in that light...
Yes.
Well, jeepers, you must have something.
That's Judy, folks. Judy Foster, the lovable teenage girl who is close to all our hearts. Your date will reach Tuesdays, arranged for by the makers of Tom's famous Quick Relief for Acid Indigestion. Well, let's see what's happening at the Foster house. Judy's parents and her kid brother Randolph were in the living room when the front door opens. And Judy was never so...
Absolutely revolted in my whole life.
Judy, what's the matter?
Oh, Mother, it's unfair, despicable, and completely iconoclastic.
Whatever that means.
For heaven's sake, Judy, what's bothering you?
What's bothering me? Oogie's orchestra has been evicted. That's what's bothering me.
Evicted? From where?
From his father's garage.
Oh.
What a shame. That seemed like such a good place for them to practice.
Well, yes, it was built of good, solid concrete. It looked like it could stand anything.
What happened? Couldn't the Pringle car take the vibration?
The neighbors objected. They threatened to have Oogie's father arrested for disturbing the peace.
Well, I'm not surprised. When Oogie and those pan-pounders of his start booming, it sounds like all...
Tut, Father.
Like all the fire engines in town let loose at once.
That was a neat recovery.
It's absolutely the worst time it could have happened.
Why?
Oogie is trying out this week for the BST-PFT-BSP.
The what?
The BST-PFT-BSP.
Oh, that! What the devil is it?
Why, Father, the band selected to play for the big senior prom, of course.
Well, surely you guessed that, Father.
Oh, Natch.
And if he's going to win, he simply got to practice.
Boy, I'll say.
Poor Oogie. Imagine it. His family, his own family, turning him out of house and home.
I thought you said it was the garage.
The principle is the same, Randolph. But I told him not to worry. I told him that everyone else might turn against him, but he could always count on me.
I'm sure that cheered him.
It did. He was very grateful to Father, too.
Grateful to me? He was?
Yes. He says he'd never realized until I told him what a staunch admirer of his music you were.
I am? I mean, well, yes, of course. I've always thought that Oogie had the makings of a great musician, given a little encouragement.
Also given a little talent.
He thanks you sincerely from the bottom of his heart.
Oh, that's all right. Melvin Foster is always glad to lend a helping hand.
He says he doesn't know another person who would support him like you do.
Yes, sir. Help your friends, I always say.
And he promises faithfully that the boys won't practice later than 1 o'clock.
Well, that's all right. Practice? Where?
Why, here, Father. If we take out the couch and the big chair, this room will be large enough for the whole orchestra.
Now, just a minute.
Judy, do you mean Oogie's bringing his orchestra over here to practice tonight?
Yes, Mother.
Oogie's father is going to be arrested for disturbing the peace if he practices in their garage, so he's coming over here to practice in our living room?
Why, yes, Father.
Judy Foster, you go to that telephone and call Oogie Pringle this minute. You tell him if he so much as scrapes one violin string in this house tonight, I will personally...
But, Father...
Yes, sir. Melvin Foster is always glad to lend a helping hand.
But, Father, what is Oogie going to do? The tryouts are Saturday.
Oh, Melvin, I guess one night wouldn't do any harm.
Well, no, we aren't speaking to the neighbors anyway.
No. Positively no. Tonight, I must flatly refuse. Tonight, I have other plans.
Really, Melvin? What other plans, Father?
I'm going to bed. And I am going to bed at 7:30.
Now, there's a big evening.
Oh, jeepers.
Well, Melvin, don't you feel well?
I feel fine. But tomorrow morning, I have to meet a very important customer who's coming in on the 5:15 train.
5:15? That's practically dawn.
Yes, and it's very important that I make a favorable impression. So if there's one thing I'm determined about, it is that I am going to get a good night's sleep. I am not going to be disturbed by some kettle drum screeching, beat me, Daddy, 7 to the bar.
Well, of course, Father. I'm terribly sorry I even mentioned it. I'll call Oogie right away.
Tell him I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it, Father. Oogie wouldn't dream of bothering you tonight when you need your sleep.
Well, all right.
I'll just tell him to come tomorrow night.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Father.
Yes, Randolph?
I've got a message for you from Mr. Evans at the plant.
Evans? Oh, come on in, Randolph. I was just ready to hop into bed.
Into bed?
Uh-huh.
With your hunting boots on?
Well, Randolph, what do you know? I got my boots on. Think of that.
Yes, Father, I am.
Yeah, you know, I just happened to notice them tonight in the closet, and I hadn't worn them in such a long time. I thought I'd take them out and see if they still fit.
You just happened to notice them in the closet.
Yeah. Funny, isn't it, how something will be right in front of you for months and you'll never even see it, and then for no reason at all,
Yes, Father.
Yeah. Randolph, sometime in the course of events, you too will become man.
So they tell me.
And when you do, you'll understand that there are some things you just can't explain to a woman.
Like going duck hunting?
Randolph, how did you guess?
I didn't. Mr. Evans told me.
Oh.
And he said that when you go down to the plant for your gun in the morning, you're not to worry because the safe is empty.
Safe empty? Randolph, you mean it's been robbed?
No, painted.
Oh.
Mr. Evans said they moved the securities to the bank vault so the safe could be left open to dry.
Oh, you had me worried for a minute.
Well, Father, you don't have to start worrying until Mother finds out you're going duck hunting.
Now, look, Randolph, I assure you I had every intention of telling your mother tomorrow night where I've been. I just didn't want to mention it beforehand because, because. Well, you remember last time?
Now remember, no ducks.
Yeah. And she was quite upset. See, she'd invited the Emersons for duck dinner.
And you came home with poison ivy instead.
Yes.
Not to mention the faint aroma of skunk.
All right, Randolph. But I just thought it would be better not to say anything ahead of time.
All right. But, Father...
Yes, Randolph?
Now that I know why you're getting up so early tomorrow morning, don't you think that...
All right, Scrooge. Will $1 be enough?
No.
2?
No, I'd like to go hunting with you.
All right, Randolph, it's a deal. I've always wanted to take you, show you what it's like to have the most exciting experience in a man's life. But you better get a good night's sleep. We'll have to be up by 3:30.
First, I have to go to the movies with Judy and Mother.
Movie?
Yes, we thought that'd be the best way to keep from bothering you tonight.
Oh.
We want to be sure you have a good night's sleep before you meet that, important customer in the morning.
Goodbye, Melvin. We're leaving now.
Have a nice time, dear.
Do you have everything you want, Father?
Oh, I think so. I'm going to read a little while and then go to sleep.
Oh, that's fine, dear. Well, we'd better get started. Goodbye.
Sleep well, Father.
I will, dear. Goodbye. Well, now to get on with some really worthwhile reading. The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Chapter 1, page 1. Oh. Wouldn't you know it, just when I'd got to sleep. Oh, just a minute, I'm coming. Don't go down that table. I'm coming. Oh, hello.
Father, is that you?
Judy, something wrong?
Father, I can't talk but a minute because
what's
it's
the matter?
right in the middle of the movie, and I want to get back before I miss the part where Gregory Peck decides that he's been a heel after all.
Oh, Judy, why...
I hated to leave it all, but this is the part they showed last week in the trailer, so I guess I can pick up the story all right.
Well, that's lovely. Oh, was that what you wanted to tell me?
Oh, no, Father. Father, you sound like you've been asleep.
I have.
Oh. Well, the only reason I called was that I thought I should warn you that I'm expecting a call from Mitzi about a place where Oogie can practice. So you better take the phone off the hook. I wouldn't want anything to disturb your sleep.
Oh. $14,910 sheep. 14,000 doorbells. Doorbells? Oh, can't a man sleep? All right, I'm coming. Don't go down that table. Man tries to get one night's sleep, and what happens? Everything. Doorbells, telephones. Well?
Hello, Mr. Foster.
Oogie Pringle, what are you doing here?
Well, I've just been ringing the doorbell. Ha, ha. Not a very good joke, is it, Mr. Foster?
No, it certainly is not.
Well, you see, if I get the job of playing for the senior prom, I have to be a master of ceremonies, too. I thought I'd better practice a few jokes ahead of time.
Well, when you find one, you start practicing it.
Well, I thought maybe Judy'd be here and would help me.
No, she isn't.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Foster, were you asleep?
Yes, Oogie, I was.
Oh, I'm sure sorry if I woke you up.
It's all right, Oogie. Any man with a telephone and a doorbell in his house should know better than to think he could get a night's sleep.
Well, Mr. Foster, I can fix the doorbell so it can't ring.
You can?
Sure, it's very simple. You just loosen this, and then you pull out this wire and push that screw. There, it's fixed for the night.
Frankly, Steinmetz, it looks like it's fixed forever.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Foster. Well, good night, and sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, Oogie. Well, back to the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. And then, breathlessly, Amber looked up at him and smiled. Your obedient servant, sir, she murmured. He looked at her and... What's that noise? Oh, my goodness. Somebody's breaking in. Oh, down that table. What's going on down there?
Hello, Mr. Foster.
Mitzi Hoffman, what are you doing throwing rocks through our windows?
Oh, Mr. Foster, I didn't intend to break the window. I thought it was open.
I still don't understand why you're going around throwing rocks through our windows.
Well, gosh, I just had to get an important message of vital import to Judy.
What message?
I found a place for Oogie's orchestra to rehearse.
Oh, why didn't I just let Oogie come here in the first place?
Well, you see, I tried the phone, but the operator said the receiver was off the hook.
Yeah, I know.
And then I tried the doorbell, but nobody answered.
I see.
And I just had to let Judy know before morning. So, you see, I threw the note in her window.
All right, Mitzi, all right. I'm sure she'll find it.
Golly, Mr. Foster, I hope I didn't disturb you.
Oh, no. I never pay any attention to rocks being thrown through our windows.
Were you trying to sleep, Mr. Foster?
Yeah, that was the general idea.
Oh, well, you see, when my father wants to sleep, he usually stuffs his ears with cotton.
Cotton? He does?
Yes. You just try it, Mr. Foster.
Well, now, that's an idea, Mitzi. I think I will.
Why, my father says he couldn't hear anything if all...
Mitzi!
If all the fire engines in town let loose at once.
Oh. Your father says that, too, does he, Mitzi?
Yes. Well, good night, Mr. Foster, and sweet dreams.
Oh, yes. Sweet dreams, Mitz. Sweet dreams.
You know the old saying, 2 wrongs can't make a right. Yet some folks try to relieve acid indigestion just that way. When they feel all wrong because of acid upset, they start...
This is a rebroadcast of The Date with Judy show, originally heard on April the 9th, 1946.
Alkalis always neutralize excess acidity with Tums. T-U-M-S, Tums for the tummy. And now, back to A Date with Judy.
Oh, Mother, wasn't that the most wonderful picture you ever saw?
Yes, Judy, I certainly enjoyed it.
I think it's a shame poor Father had to miss it.
Poor old Father.
Sometimes I think we don't appreciate how hard Father works. Do you, Randolph?
I'll take the next question.
Well, here we are.
All the lights are out. I guess Father's sound asleep.
Well, we'll just leave the car right here in the driveway. That garage door makes so much noise, might wake him up.
Yes, let's be very quiet.
Well, I'm glad I got a new lock for the front door. At least it won't squeak when we open it.
Now, I just thought of something.
What, Randolph?
Wouldn't it be funny if we'd gone to all this trouble to be quiet and then Mother had forgotten her key?
Randolph, what a horrible idea.
Don't worry about it, Judy. I have one clear record. I've never forgotten a key in my entire... Oh, dear.
What's the matter, Mother?
Mother just broke her record.
Randolph, you're right.
Oh, jeepers, Mother, what'll we do?
Well, we're not going to disturb your father. Come on, the back door might be open.
It's no use, Mother. The door's locked.
Randolph, you'll just have to climb through a window.
Raffles Foster, they called me in those days.
every window on the first floor is locked.
I always wondered what it would be like to be a second story, ma'am.
Well, there's a ladder in the garage. Randolph, be careful. I think there's a rung in that ladder.
Yeah, what'd you say, Mother?
I said I think there's a rung in that...
What?
Randolph, are you hurt?
Oh, no, I always walk on my knees. Now, what were you going to say, Mother?
Well, I was just going to say there's a broken rung in
And you were so right, Mother.
Well, there's nothing else to do. We'll just have to waken your father. Judy, will you ring the doorbell, dear?
All right, Mother. I don't hear any ring, Mother.
Well, I just had it fixed, so I know it works perfectly.
Oh, we probably just can't hear it outside. I'll try again.
This is drama.
Randolph.
It'll probably take your father several minutes to get down here. He's never gotten out of bed yet without hitting that night table. It's a wonder he has any toe left.
It's a wonder we have any night table left.
Mother, I don't hear any sounds inside.
Oh, dear. Well, try knocking. Maybe the bell is out of order. You know, I can't understand your father sleeping through all this racket. He's such a light sleeper. He's always said he could hear a pin drop.
Well, here's my Boy Scout pin. I'll drop it.
Oh, you know, I'm a little worried. Maybe he's sick or something.
Come on, let's call outside his window.
Well, that's a good idea. Melvin! Melvin! It's Dora!
Father! Father, it's Judy!
I'm Randolph.
It's no use. He just doesn't hear us. Randolph, that settles it.
We sleep in the garage?
No. We'll have to call the police.
The police?
Well, I'm worried. Something might have happened to your father. And I've got to get to him, even if that door has to be broken down.
Well, there you are, folks. The door's open.
And it was such a nice new lock, too.
Thank you so much. Now, please wait just a minute till I see if my husband's all right.
Oh, Father's all right. I just know he is, Mother.
Maybe he went down to see the midnight show at the Bijou.
Melvin! Melvin, where are you?
There he is, Mother, in bed.
Father! Father, are you all right? Melvin, speak to me. Melvin, speak to me. Can't you hear us?
Could you, if your ears were stuffed with cotton?
Cotton? Oh, of all the ridiculous things. Putting cotton in his ear so he couldn't hear me. I'll shake him, that's what I'll do. I'll shake him.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing at all. We've just spent 2 horrible hours trying to waken you to let us in the house. That's all.
We shouted our lungs out. Randolph is black and blue where he fell off the ladder.
That I am.
Then we finally called the police department, woke up all the neighbors, and the new lock on the front door smashed to smithereens.
But, Dora,
And you're lying here with cotton in your ears.
Well, is everything all right?
Now, that's an interesting question.
Yes, my father's fine. He was just sleeping.
With cotton in his ears.
What's that?
Well, he's all right. Thank you very much for breaking the door open.
It's a pleasure. Good night.
Night.
Oh, Melvin, it wasn't enough that you took the phone off the hook and disconnected the doorbell. You had to put cotton in your ears, too.
Dora, all I wanted was to be sure I got a good night's sleep.
Well, all I can say is that to warrant all the trouble he's caused, your customer surely must be important.
That he is, Mother. That he is.
Randolph, wake up.
I can't.
Why not?
I haven't been asleep.
Look, Randolph, we've got to hurry. I've got to stop at the plant. I've got to stop at the plant for my gun.
Father.
Yes, Randolph.
Couldn't we just make a deal with O'Brien's meat market and buy some ducks?
Randolph, what an unsportsmanlike thing to say. Besides, I found out last year he doesn't handle wild ducks. Oh. Now, dress quietly and we'll slip out the back door. We mustn't waken your mother or Judy. Let's see. Here's everything. Shells, decoy whistle, bag to carry the ducks in. Think of anything else we'll need, Randolph?
Just some ducks.
Randolph. Now, let's see. Here's my gun. Well, guess we're ready to go.
I got you covered.
What in the name of...
Get your hands up and keep them up.
But, officer, I'm Melvin Foster. I own this plant.
Sure, I know. And you just emptied that safe to have it painted.
The safe? Painted? Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, that's right, I did.
Shame on you. A big, strong man like you telling a whopper like that to an officer of the law.
You should hear the ones he tells Mother.
Randolph!
Well, now, son, what are you doing here?
Well, he's showing me what it's like to have the most exciting experience in a man's life.
Oh, so that's it. Training a young kid like you to follow in his footsteps.
Now, see here, officer. You're making a big mistake. I tell you, I'm Melvin Foster. This is my son, Randolph. We're going duck hunting. We stopped off here to get my gun.
Why didn't you take your gun home with you?
Well, I didn't want my wife to suspect I was going.
I'll tell you what. I'll call your house, and if you're not there, I'll believe your story.
What if he is there?
I'm taking him in.
You better not be there, Father.
Now, you just tell me the number.
Certainly. Elm 36...
Oh, what's trouble?
I just remembered. It won't do any good to call the house. The phone's off the hook.
I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll drive out there, and if your wife says you're Melvin Foster, we'll forget the whole thing.
Well, that's fine. Come on.
Father, I just thought of something.
What, Randolph?
What are you going to tell Mother?
Well, I'll just tell her Oh, my goodness.
Well, come on.
Officer, I just remembered the doorbell doesn't work.
These are about the feeblest excuses I've ever heard.
Well,
Now make up your mind. Wife or jail?
Father, I think you'd better take the jail.
Miss, I'm sorry to wake you up at this hour, but is this Melvin Foster's residence?
Yes, it is. Officer, is there anything the matter?
Well, I caught a man prowling in your father's plant who says he's Melvin Foster. It's out there in my car.
Oh, that's ridiculous. My father's sound asleep upstairs.
This man seemed pretty positive.
Well, he's mistaken. And now, if you don't mind, I'd be very grateful if you'd go away quietly. My father's likely to hear the noise, and it's absolutely imperative that he not be disturbed.
Yeah, that's that. Mr. Foster?
Yes.
The young lady says you're upstairs sound asleep.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Look, try again. Ask her to go look to see if her father's there.
Have a look for me, too.
Well...
Look, let me come with you.
Okay. But you're going to be mighty sorry if you are upstairs.
Please, I must ask you not to disturb us anymore.
Judy, it's me.
Father!
Me, too.
Him, too.
Randolph! For goodness sakes, what are you two doing with the policeman? Mother!
Judy, you don't have to wake up the whole neighborhood.
Well, what on earth is the Melvin?
Hello, Dora.
Melvin, what's the trouble? What's this policeman doing here?
Well, you see, it was this way.
Can you identify these two, Mrs. Foster?
Why, of course. It's my husband and my son.
Well, then, good night. I'll be on my way. I'm sorry, Mr. Foster.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Goodbye.
So long.
My, it's certainly a beautiful night, isn't it? It's the loveliest night.
Melvin, will you please explain this?
Explain? Well, of course, Dora. It's the simplest thing in the world.
All right, then go ahead.
Well, you see, it was this way. I got to thinking that it so happened that, well, you see, it was all because, I felt that... Well, it was this way.
You see, Mother?
Melvin, you and Randolph had better get a move on if you expect to meet that important customer on the 5:15 train.
Oh, yes, that's right. Randolph, it's 4:50. Come on, we'll have to hurry. Goodbye, Dora. Goodbye, Judy.
And Melvin.
Yes, Dora.
I've asked both the Emersons and the Hoffmans to dinner, so you'd better bring back plenty of ducks.
Well, sure, I'll probably bring home a dig. Why, Dora!
Hold on. We'll be back with the Fosters in a moment.
Gee, Judy, that was
the most wonderful dinner.
I'm glad you liked it, Mitzi.
I sure did. It was luscious of your mother to ask me to stay.
Yeah, it was nice of her to let me stay, too. I wouldn't have missed that dinner for anything.
Did you really enjoy it, Oogie?
Did I? Oh, boy, there's nothing I like better than baked beans.
Well, that's good. I was a little worried. You see, Oogie, Mother kind of expected ducks, but you know what they say? The best laid plans of mice and men often go to pop.
I'll say.
I'll say.
I'll say.
A Day with Judy is written by Eileen Wesley and stars Louise Erickson. Randolph was played by Tommy Cook. Mr. and Mrs. Foster are played by John Brown and Myra Marsh. Oogie by Scott Elliott, and Mitzi by Sandra Gould. Original music was composed by Paul Sawtell and conducted by Konstantin Bakalinikov. The program was produced and directed by Helen Mack. And this is Doug Gourley inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday at this same time to keep your date with Judy. And remember, night and day, at home or away, always carry Tums. T-U-M-S.
Tonight's Date with Judy will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
A Date with Judy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special treat for you this evening. Here to keep his date with Judy is the celebrated motion picture star, Charles Boyer. And now to keep our date with Judy, that lovable teenage girl who is close to all our hearts. And now let's see what's happening at the Foster house. Judy's parents and her kid brother Randolph are in the living room when Judy bursts excitedly into the house.
Hello, everybody. Mother, may I use some of your perfume?
Well, now,
Father, I've got to borrow your car. Mother, I can use your perfume, can't I?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Judy, what's going on?
Just everything, that's all. Just everything. Oh, if this were only evening instead of day, I could wear a long, slinky black evening gown if I had one. But on account of its day...
Now, wait a minute, young lady. Calm down. I'd like to know
I
what
wonder
this...
if I ought to wear my false eyelashes.
Huh?
Of course, he's the type who, on account of his knowledge of makeup and everything, would know they were false. But still, eyelashes would be so nice to have on to flutter up and down at him.
Flutter up and down at who?
Why, Charles Boyer, of course.
Ask a silly question, you get a silly answer.
Randolph, find me my French book, please. On account of I thought it'd be nice when I enter languorously into the room if I said something appropriate like, bonjour, mon bon monsieur. Comment allez-vous and everything.
Appropriate for what?
That sounds like it's appropriate for almost anything.
Or do you think I ought to come in and say, Monsieur Boyer, vous êtes terrifique, in a kind of a low Lauren Bacall voice?
In a minute, I am going to say something in a kind of a low Humphrey Bogart voice. Something terrifique.
Judy, what is this all about?
Don't you know?
No, we do not know.
Oh, I thought I told you. I'm going to interview Charles Boyer this afternoon for the high school magazine. He's in town to make speeches for the Red Cross.
Oh, is that all?
Oh, I was chosen over every other girl in the school to do the interview. Why, it's a terrific honor.
Well, just how did you get this honor?
Oh, probably by kicking every other girl in the teeth.
Randolph, that isn't true. I merely talked louder than anybody else, that's all.
No hair pulling?
Just Tootsie Whiteman's.
Well, she'll look better without those bangs of hers anyhow.
Oh, Randolph, I didn't actually pull her hair physically, just mentally.
Tell us the truth. Is she totally bald?
Randolph. Oh, isn't it wonderful that I've had 2 semesters of French? What if I'd taken Spanish instead? Oh, I shudder to think of it. But I'm so lucky to have taken French. Otherwise, Mr. Boyer might not be able to understand me when we chatter Francais at each other.
He's lucky to have a little trouble as it is.
Well, I've got to hurry and get ready. I want to put it right down in my date book. Oh, this is the most exciting thing that ever happened to me. Just imagine me, Judy Foster, going to be face to face with the great Charles Boyer in less than an hour. I can hardly believe it.
In less than an hour? Well, then will you tell me why you have to put it down in your date book?
Oh, Father, don't you understand? When I'm old and gray, I'll always be able to look back in my date book and say, well, I had a date with Charles Boyer.
Yeah, well, that'll be nice.
Well, I think I will wear my eyelashes. They're so luxurious.
If they're as luxurious as the last time you had them on, Mr. Boyer won't be able to see your face through the foliage.
Mr. Boyer.
Yes, Max?
There's a gentleman here to see you. Says he knows you from Paris.
From Paris? Really? Who is he?
Oh, he just says he knows you. He was the proprietor at the theater, the prompter at the theater where you used to act.
The prompter? Oh, Dubois, Jacques Dubois. Show him in, please, Max.
Right away. This way, sir.
Merci. Monsieur Boyer, Monsieur Boyer.
Oh, Jacques, mon vieux, que c'est bon de vous voir.
Oh, et moi aussi. Oh, mon ami, mais non. We must speak in English. This is America.
Yes, this is America. How on earth did you get here?
Ah, mon vieux, it is a long story. I escaped from France 3 days before the Nazis arrived. Just 3 short days.
Oh, I'm so glad. Jacques, you don't know how it does my heart good to look at you. But what are you doing here? I mean, here, in this town.
Oh, I am a war worker. Clack, 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 clack. I push the object like a gun at the factory. I am a riveter.
A riveter?
Oui.
And what has become of the place crepes over which you used to shake your head sadly? No, Monsieur Boyer, no. You have forgotten your lines.
Those were beautiful days, were they not?
Beautiful.
I was so cruel when you would make the mistake. Monsieur Boyer, I would say so sharply. You have made the fluff. The line she does not read as you have said. Not at all as you have said. Oh, and always you were so kind to me. So very, very kind.
Well, you were the best prompter in all France.
Oh, Monsieur Boyer.
And now you are the best riveter in all America?
Modestly, I must say so, yes.
You are an angel of a man, Jacques. An angel of a man.
You know, when I saw in the newspaper this morning, Monsieur Charles Boyer will be here to speak for the Red Cross, I said to myself, Jacques, you will go to see Mr. Boyer. You will display yourself to him at once and let him hear your beautiful English that you have learned since coming to America. She is beautiful, my English, is she not?
Amazing. I've heard nothing like it in all America.
Oh, thank you. You are always so good to me, so very kind.
Tell me, how is little Nanette?
Oh, Nanette. Oh, she is wonderful. But she is now a young lady.
Nanette? Oh. Grown up? Oh, the little baby I bounced up and down on my knee when I came to your house for supper after the play. Remember how you cooked the supper? You were the greatest cook in all France.
Oh, now Nanette has superseded me. She's still a greater cook.
What? Your baby? She's old enough to cook?
Oh, yes.
What? How long ago was it since I came to your house?
Oh, a long time. I remember I would wake the baby, no matter what the hour. She would open her eyes, always laughing. I would say, Uncle Charles is here.
Yes, and she would run to me, and I would pick her up in my arms, and she would laugh, and it was like music. Oh, she was a beautiful child, Jack.
Yes. Even then you would say, this baby, she has the talent. She will be a great actress someday. And it is so.
She's an actress?
Well, no, but she is a singer. Oh, she has the voice from heaven. Really? Opera, she knows them all. A golden soprano. Someday there will be those who will listen. Someday. But she is still very young. She's just 16.
Jacques, if I could do something for her, I mean, perhaps with my little influence...
Oh, no, Monsieur Boyer, I do not come to ask the favor.
Oh, I know that. But still, send her to me. I would like to see the little Nanette, now a young lady.
Oh, very well, I will. I will send her to see you this afternoon. I will say, Charles Boyer, the great cinema star, would like to see you.
No, you say, Uncle Charles, your old friend, would like to see you.
Very well, I will. Oh, but now I must go. This is my lunch hour from the factory. I must be back with my rivet at 1 o'clock.
I cannot thank you enough for coming here. And I must see you tonight.
Yes.
Come to the Civic Auditorium, where I will speak for the Red Cross.
I will be there. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Jacques. Oh, Max.
Yes, sir?
There will be a young lady who will come to see me here this afternoon. Please admit her. I'm most anxious to see her.
Yes, sir.
Randolph will be there in a minute. Maybe you better not say you're my brother. He might think it's funny, me having my brother with me.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm your baggage man.
Randolph, aren't you excited? Aren't you palpitating?
Nope. Charles Boyer doesn't do a thing to me.
He doesn't? I think he's divine. In the movie Gaslight, when he said to Ingrid Bergman, "Get me the little picture," I just quivered all over.
That's funny. Not even my hand shook.
Doesn't any movie star make you palpitate, Randolph?
Only Margaret O'Brien.
Really?
Yeah, she's my dream woman.
I wonder how Charles Boyer will react to me. I wonder if he'll think I'm attractive. I wonder if I ought to flutter my eyelashes at him.
I wonder if they'll fall off.
Maybe I ought to take them off. Maybe I ought to appear in front of him just as a simple, untarnished country girl. Perhaps he prefers the simple, unsophisticated type. He must get so tired of looking at beautiful, perfectly groomed women of the world like Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, I bet he's sick and tired of looking at Hedy Lamarr. I should have that pleasure.
Oh, here we are, Randolph. This is the place.
Ah, here we are at the Casbah. It was so far to the Casbah. But we took a streetcar, and here we are.
Oh, Randolph, I'm nervous enough as it is.
Well, take off your eyelashes and let's go.
Mr. Boyer, the young lady to see you.
Oh, wonderful. Show her in.
Right in here, miss.
Oh, thank you. You, Mr. Boyer?
Yes, it is I.
I mean, c'est vous, Monsieur Boyer.
Oh, it's so good of you to come to see me, mon petit chou.
Who, me?
I'm so happy you are here.
Jeepers, you are?
Come here. Come here when I can look at you more closely.
It's a good thing you took those eyelashes off.
This is, my friend, Randolph.
Oh, how do you do?
Garçon, you know.
Oh, yes, I see.
Glad to meet you.
Won't you sit down, both of you?
Oh, thank you.
So, the little baby.
Are you speaking to me?
You know you are prettier than ever, my dear.
I am?
Still so graceful in every motion, and still with the curly blonde hair.
Oh, she touches it up a little.
Randolph. I do not. I merely put a little lemon juice in the water once in a while.
I cannot tell you how happy it makes me to see you.
Really? Oh, thanks. I mean, merci. Je suis charme de vous voir aussi.
Merci.
I might even add that you're even more handsome dans la flesh than you are sur la screen.
Well, what do you know?
I'm very impressed, you know.
You are?
Oh, yes. What wonderful English you speak.
English?
Yes, you are really an American now, my dear.
Yes, I know. I guess I'll try Spanish next semester.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. To be a linguist is necessary in your career.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Now, here I am talking to a Frenchman, and sometime I may interview an Italian or a Latin or almost anybody.
Well, language is so important if you hope for the Metropolitan.
The Metropolitan?
I heard you are a wonderful singer.
You did?
With a voice from heaven.
Oh, my goodness. When I sang at the sororities Jitterbug Jamboree, everybody said I sang beautifully, but I had no idea that people would go around talking about it.
You see, your reputation has preceded you.
Well, that's wonderful.
I've been thinking. Tonight at the auditorium, I will speak for the Red Cross, as you may know.
Yes, I do. I think it's marvelous all you've done for the cause, all the money you've raised and everything.
Oh, well, it's a small thing to do for such an important cause. But I was about to say, there will be entertainment tonight. Music, little acts performed. And what I've been thinking is that I will speak to the man in charge, and perhaps he may find a little place for you on the program.
You mean you want me to sing?
Why not?
Well, personally, I could think of a few good reasons.
Quiet, Randolph. Oh, Mr. Boyer, I just love to sing tonight. I'd be just... Oh, I think it's just simply ecstatic.
So American. It's remarkable.
What would you like me to sing, Mr. Boyer?
Oh, you shall choose yourself. A bit of Lucia de la Murmure, perhaps?
Perhaps, but probably no.
Lucia de... Well, I don't know.
Mignon, perhaps. Or La Vie de Bohème.
How about accentuate the positive?
I'll leave the selection to you.
Yes, I think that would be the best idea.
By the way, you have an arrangement, of course.
An arrangement?
Well, that I may give the orchestra.
Oh, yes, I'm sure I could bring an arrangement.
Good.
In fact, you could bring the orchestra.
Yes, would you like me to do that? I'm sure Oogie Pringle and his high school hot licks would be glad to come.
Oogie Pringle? Oogie?
Yes. He's a terribly bon ami of mine.
Oh, I see. Well, suppose we trust the orchestra we have.
All right.
If it can trust Judy, we can trust it.
How shall I introduce you?
Introduce me? Why, it's Miss Judy Foster.
Judy? Oh, you use that as your professional name.
Why, yes, I do.
She uses it for a lot of things.
Good. Well, now everything's settled?
Oh, yes.
You're happy?
Delirious. This is just about, the last thing I expected.
What is?
You asking me all these questions. I came here to interview you, and now here you are practically interviewing me.
And now, back to A Date with Judy.
I'd like to see Mr. Boyer, please.
Did you have an appointment?
Not exactly an appointment, but I was told I could see him this afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry. He has a very strenuous schedule. He's made 2 speeches already today. Got 4 more to go.
Oh, I I quite understand.
You see, so many girls want to see him, and he's so obliging. Well, he just tries to see everyone. And he would, if I didn't try and protect him from his admirers.
Naturally.
He'd be sore if he knew I was protecting him, but, well, what he doesn't know won't hurt him. Right?
Yes.
He spent half an hour with one young lady this morning. She was someone he knew from France. He'd never get a moment to himself if I didn't turn some people away.
I understand perfectly.
Tell you what, you come back tomorrow, maybe. He'll still be in town until noon.
I'll do that. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Girls, girls, girls. Wish I was a movie star.
Father!
Yes, dear, what?
Where's Randolph?
Trailing her all the way home, 50 yards behind. Boy, has that girl got speed.
Oh, it was so wonderful. He called me his petit choux.
Petit choux? What's that?
Cabbage.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
He said the nicest things. Nobody was ever so sweet to me as long as I've lived. Oh, he was just scintillating.
Are you by any strange chance referring to a certain Charles Boyer?
Naturally. He asked me to sing tonight.
Now, wait just a minute, Judy. He asked you to sing?
Yes, Mother. At the Red Cross rally in the auditorium.
He asked you to sing at the auditorium? Randolph, is there any truth in that statement?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what the man said.
Well, I'll be darned.
Yeah, looks like she's going to be his guest star.
I don't get it.
Neither do I, but that's what I think occurred.
Suffice it to say, Charles Boyer thinks I'm very charming.
Suffice it to say.
Father, I'm serious. Mr. Boyer really asked me to sing at the Red Cross rally tonight. Now, I want your honest opinion. What do you think I sing best?
How about Northeast High School, I Love You?
No, Randolph. Somehow I don't think that would be appropriate for the occasion.
You see, Father, Mr. Boyer wanted her to sing opera.
Opera? Now I've heard everything.
I know. I'll sing Bobby Sox Blues.
Well, that'll be a nice change from La Vie de Bohème.
Excuse me, everybody. I've got a million things to do.
Dora, do you think Judy is more attractive than we may have noticed?
Well, he must have seen something in her.
Frankly, all I can see is her bobby socks drooling.
Melvin, we've just got to go to that Red Cross rally tonight.
Why, Dora, I wouldn't miss it for all the tea in China.
So give as much as you can. Every dollar and every penny you can. The Red Cross depends on you. Millions of hungry, wounded, homeless, sick, and weary men, women, and children depend on you. Now I am very happy to introduce to you a little French girl I knew. She is neither old nor a veteran of the Metropolitan, but she has a magnificent operatic voice, and she is Parisian. Here she is, Miss Judy Foster.
Merci beaucoup and everything, Monsieur Boyer. I've got the Bobby Sox Blues. I'm just a girl who's got the Bobby Sox Blues.
Bobby Sox Blues?
Mr. Boyer, what's the matter?
Bobby Sox Blues?
Yeah. What opera is that from?
I don't know what I've done, but I know I shouldn't have done it.
She's Parisienne. I'm a Fiji Islander.
I don't understand it.
Now take it easy, Mr. Boyer, and I'll get you a chair.
They say.
Oh, it was a fine program, Charles.
Oh, Jacques.
I have been watching it from the other side of the stage.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. We'll get away and have a bite to eat together.
Oh, yes, and we will talk, huh?
Yes, we will talk. Your daughter sang very well tonight, I thought, Jack.
My daughter?
She's a very pretty girl.
My daughter did not sing tonight.
Your daughter did not sing?
No, she has been here with me. Nanette, come here.
Oui, Papa?
This is my daughter.
Oh, Jacques, what have I done?
I'm very happy to see you again, Uncle Charles, after so many years.
Oh, Nanette, my dear. Oh, Jacques, I've made the most unforgivable mistake.
Oh, Mr. Boyer, did I sing all right? Was it all right?
Yes, oh, it was lovely, Judy. A little on the unexpected side, but very nice.
Oh, hello, Nanette. How are you?
Hello, Judy.
You two know each other?
Oh, yes. We're in the same class in high school. I think Nanette's wonderful.
Oh, Judy.
Well, you are. She's at the top of the class in studies, Mr. Boyer, and she works afternoons in a bookshop, and at night she studies music. I don't know how she does it all.
Oh, Judy, you make it sound so difficult. And it isn't.
Jacques, to tell you the truth, I thought Judy was your daughter.
You thought she was Nanette?
Yes, she came to see me this morning, and, well, you know, you said you were sending Nanette to me, and...
I did come this afternoon, but you were resting.
And they did not admit you? Oh, Jacques, what must you think of me?
No, a very natural mistake. It is of no consequence. We enjoyed the program from beginning to end, did we not, Nanette?
We loved it. And Bobby Sox Blues, Judy, it was charming.
Jeepers. Oh, Mr. Boyer, did you mean to give Nanette the chance to sing tonight, and by mistake give it to me?
It's all right, Judy. You mustn't worry. It's not your fault.
Oh, but it is. I just feel terrible.
No, you mustn't. Your sweet little song made us all very happy.
Oh, but that was just blues singing. And Nanette has studied so hard. She knows all the operas. She deserved the chance, and I didn't. And I took it away from her. Oh, I just feel awful.
Now, Judy.
Oh, Mr. Boyer, I'll do anything to make it up to her. Anything. I never felt so terrible about anything.
Judy, I have a good idea. Come to see me tomorrow morning. We'll think of ways and means. We'll put our heads together.
Oh, Mr. Boyer, that'll be wonderful.
Judy, it's getting awfully late. You better go to bed now, dear.
No, wait a minute. Let her stay and study a little longer, Dora. I want her to keep at that French. Any girl who, with 2 semesters of high school French, can make a Frenchman think she's a Parisian, well, that girl ought to keep right on studying.
Oh, Father, I'm not studying.
You aren't?
No. I'm writing an editorial for the high school paper.
You go to bed right away, Judy Foster. It's 11:45.
So I want to know how this sounds. I'm going to show it to Mr. Boyer in the morning. Listen to it and let me know.
All right, dear.
Last night at the Red Cross rally at the Civic Auditorium, Judy Foster sang Bobby Sox Blues. But she wasn't the one who should have sung there. The girl whose place she took deserved that honor far more than she. The girl who was meant to be and who should have been in the spotlight last night has worked very hard under great adversity. She has paid her music teachers with the money she earned herself and bought her scores, and her voice is of such beauty that it should be heard throughout the land.
The girl who sang Bobby Sox Blues thought she was singing a lament from the bottom of her heart, but she does not really have any troubles. She doesn't know what trouble and courage mean. Nanette Dubois had trouble, and she has courage. And the Northeast High School Daily Blue and Gold wishes to go on record as asking Oogie Pringle and his high school hot licks to give up some of its swing music and get some opera into its repertoire, so that at the spring dance next week, Nanette Dubois can be the girl chanteuse instead of Judy Foster.
Do you think it's all right, Mr. Boyer?
Judy, it's one of the most beautiful and touching things I've ever read.
Of course, the audience at the spring dance won't be anything like the illustriousness of the audience that was at the auditorium last night.
Judy, I'd like you to do something for me.
You would, Mr. Boyer?
Yes. I have here a scholarship to a very good school of music. A scholarship for a certain young lady we know.
For Nanette? How did you get it?
Oh, it was none of my doing. The head of the school had already heard Nanette sing, and it took very little persuasion on my part.
Oh, Mr. Boyer, that's wonderful. Nanette'll be thrilled to pieces. I can't wait until you tell her.
Oh, I want you to be the one to tell her.
Me?
Yes. You are such a very nice little girl, Judy. You certainly deserve the pleasure.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Boyer. I'll do it charmingly.
I'm sure you will. Oh, Judy, will you do me a favor, please?
Oh, anything, Mr. Boyer.
Well, would you teach me the words of the Bobby Sox Blues?
We are very grateful to Charles Boyer for being with us this evening. A Date with Judy is written by Aline Leslie and stars Louise Erickson and Dix Davis. Mr. and Mrs. Foster were played by John Brown and Myra Marsh. Music was composed by Paul Sawtelle and conducted by Konstantin Bakalenikov. The program was produced and directed by Helen Mack.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. You know, there are times when the poets come up with some pretty silly ideas. John Greenleaf Whittier wrote, for example, "What moistens the lip and what brightens the eye? What calls back the past like the rich pumpkin pie?" Well, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons have a very definite answer for him. And it has nothing to do with pumpkin pie. Like this.
Frankly, Margaret, I think the whole idea is ridiculous.
But, Jim, after all, I had to be pleasant, and he's only going to be in town for a few days.
He sounded cute on the telephone.
Kathy, be quiet and drink your milk.
Gee whiz.
He hasn't been in Springfield for almost 20 years. Why does he suddenly have to come busting in and get everything all upset?
He isn't getting anything upset, dear. I merely asked him to have dinner with us tonight.
Why didn't you ask him to spend the weekend? We could have Bud sleep in the chandelier.
Jim, there's nothing wrong in asking him to dinner, is there?
Why can't he eat in a restaurant? There's nothing wrong with eating in a restaurant once in a while.
Why, Jim.
When I have business in another town, you don't see me going around mooching dinners. And I had as many old girlfriends as he ever did.
Oh, that's what it is.
Oh, you mind your own business and eat your breakfast.
The green-eyed monster rears his ugly head.
Betty, in just about 2 seconds, the brown-eyed father's going to rear his ugly hand. You understand?
Yes, Father.
And you'll eat standing up for a week.
Yes, Father.
Jim, I really think you are jealous.
Jealous? Me? I haven't got a jealous bone in my head. But I don't see any reason for inviting him to dinner.
Who, Dad?
He was nothing but a pest 20 years ago, and you were glad enough to get rid of him then.
Jim, that's not so. He was a very nice boy.
Who was, Mom?
Well, if he was so nice, why didn't you marry him?
Who, Dad?
Because I loved you and I didn't love him, that's why. But he was still a very nice boy.
Who was, Mom?
He was a big hunk of muscle, that's what he was. Didn't have a brain in his head.
Jim, you're not being fair. Charlie was just as intelligent as any boy in your class.
Charlie who, Mom?
Just because he had a raccoon coat and a couple of silly letters on his sweater. So help me, Margaret, I can't understand what you were thinking of when you invited him to dinner.
Who, Dad?
Bud, don't you ever shut up?
Oh, holy cow. Can I even know who you're talking about?
No.
Holy cow.
Eat your breakfast and be quiet.
I know who they're talking about.
Kathy, behave yourself or go up to bed.
I just got up.
Well, behave yourself.
Yes, Daddy.
And sit still.
Yes, Daddy.
Man tries to have a peaceful breakfast with his family, and what happens? Nothing but noise and excitement and confusion.
Jim, you're making a fuss over absolutely nothing.
I'm not making a fuss, and it isn't absolutely nothing. How would you like it if I dragged all my old girlfriends in for a dinner?
But, Jim, Charlie Warren is a happily married man.
Charlie Warren? You mean the Charlie Warren who played football for Springfield?
Yes, dear.
Big thing. The man runs around with a silly hunk of leather under his arm.
But Charlie Warren, Dad. Holy cow.
Who's Charlie Warren?
Who's Charlie Warren? You might just as well say, who's Red Grange?
All right, who's Red Grange?
Betty, it only happens that Charlie Warren is the greatest athlete in the history of Springfield, that's all.
Oh, that. The way you said it, I thought he was somebody important.
Would you care for some more toast, Betty?
No, thank you, Father.
Boy, just wait till I tell the fellas. Charlie Warren in my house.
But if you'll take up a collection, maybe we can build a shrine.
Jim.
Make this place a national monument. Charlie Warren ate here.
Jim, I certainly hope you're going to be civil to the man.
Oh, I'll be civil, all right. I'll be so civil he won't know I'm around.
Well, I don't think that's necessary.
Matter of fact, I won't even be around. I'll be in the den working on my income tax return with Hector. And I hope you and Charlie have a lovely time.
Jim Anderson, you can't work on your income tax tonight. You just can't.
Would you like to make a small wager?
But, Jim, Charlie Warren is our guest.
He's your guest, my pet. If you want to clutter up the house with your old boyfriends, go right ahead. I'm still going to work on my income tax.
Jim, won't you please be sensible? I've already invited Charlie. I can't break the date now.
Well, Hector's going out of town in the morning, and this is the last chance he has to help me with my tax return. And for your information, Charlie Warren runs a very poor second to my income tax. Now, if you'll be so good as to pour me a cup of coffee.
Jim, if you really loved me...
Oh, that's fine. That's just wonderful. Twist the whole thing around so it's my fault.
I didn't say it was your fault, dear. All I said was...
May I please have my coffee?
Of course, dear.
Thank you.
Jim, don't you think just this once...
Margaret, this is your house. I bought it, furnished it, worked my fool head off to get it. But it's your home, and if you want boyfriends running in and out of the hallways...
Jim, you're being very unkind. Charlie Warren was your friend, too.
My friend? Huh.
Well, you certainly spend enough time with him.
I had to. If I wanted to see you, I had to see him, too, didn't I? I saw enough of him to last me a lifetime. Him and his big, fat football.
Now you're being childish. Charlie was just as much your friend as he was mine.
Oh, he was he? I suppose he asked me to marry him.
Well, no, but...
Mom, you mean Charlie Warren asked you to marry him?
Well, yes, Bud, he did.
And you turned him down? Holy cow, Mom. If you could have married Charlie Warren... Oh.
You, were about to say something? James Anderson, Jr.?
Well, boy, it's sure hot in here, isn't
Football players. What's so wonderful about being a football player? Doesn't take any brains to be a football player. Kick a ball, jump on somebody's neck. Don't even know which way they're running half the time.
Hiya, Jim. What you doing? Counting your money?
Oh, hello, Heck. Sit down.
Oh, I've already had lunch.
Well, sit down anyway.
What's the matter? Something wrong? Maybe we'd better not work on your tax return tonight. That isn't going to make you feel any better, you know.
Heck, do you remember Charlie Warren?
Charlie Oh, you mean Big Charlie, the flapper's favorite?
Flapper's favorite.
Oh, gosh, I haven't seen him in, must be 20 years. Why, what about him?
He's in town.
He is? Well, what do you know? What's he doing here?
Eating at my house.
Yeah, that's right. He was a friend of yours, wasn't he?
He was not.
Well, when you and Margaret were... Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Big football phony. Comes into town, gets everybody all excited.
Giving you a bad time around the house.
Oh,
huh?
you ought to heard him. Bud can't even figure out why his mother married me.
That makes it nice.
Yeah, just fine.
Well, I guess we'd better forget about that income tax session tonight, huh?
I guess so. Probably have to sit around all night hearing him yap about football. Makes me sick to think of it.
You know, Jim, I just been figuring if we don't make it tonight, I'm stuck.
We can do it over the weekend, can't we?
Well, I won't be back until Tuesday, and that's the 14th. I'll be up to my ears. Maybe you better get somebody else. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, I was just thinking, we could fix this guy, Charlie, but good.
Oh? How do you mean?
Well, I come over tonight, and we give it a big build-up. I'm your tax counselor, take care of all your major investments, stuff like that, big business.
Oh, I don't know, Hank.
Why not? We don't have to prove anything.
I know,
It won't be as though you're doing the bragging. You're very modest about it. You even try to stop me a couple of times.
I do, huh?
Oh, sure. You're very embarrassed. You don't like the whole idea. But do I stop? I do not. I keep right on going. I lay it on thick.
Even though I try to stop you?
Sure. Charlie Warren thinks he's a big shot, huh? Well, we fix him. Anything he's got, you've got twice as many. Anything he's done, you've done twice as much. When I get through, I guarantee you'll sound like a combination of John D. Rockefeller and Fort Knox.
You couldn't run in a little Ben Hogan or Sammy Sneed, could you?
Jim, you're the greatest golfer since Bobby Jones.
Yeah, a guy comes around, tries to bust up a happy home. Serve him right, wouldn't it?
Certainly would.
Well, no, Hank, it wouldn't be right.
Okay, if you'd rather sit around and listen to him brag.
Well, maybe You think he will, huh?
Jim, you don't know what they're like. When Charlie Warren gets through talking, you'll be lucky if you don't wind up living in the garage. I know, I've been through it.
You have, huh?
Sure. With me, it was a polo player.
Pretty rough, huh?
I had to buy Elizabeth a fur coat before she'd even let me in the house.
I don't know. A man tries to live an honest, decent life, and what happens? Just because he wasn't a football player, he doesn't amount to anything. Everybody's ashamed of him.
How's about it, Jim? Do we give him the business?
Well, all right, let's do it.
Okay.
We'll teach him a lesson, won't we?
You said it.
Stick his nose in where it doesn't belong. Say, heck, I don't know if Charlie was in the service, but, well, if you'd like to put in a little General MacArthur.
Okay, General. Anchors away.
Well, Father's planning to get a lot of pleasure out of showing up Charlie Warren. Maybe he will, and maybe he won't. You just can't tell about some things. Other things, though, you can count on for a world of pleasure every time.
Coffee is one of them. Truly good coffee, I mean, like Maxwell House, with all that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Morning, noon, and night, that famous flavor means so much more real enjoyment. It really pays to remember Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, it pays to remember that in these days of higher prices. And a neighbor of ours could tell you why. The other day, she bought a cheaper coffee, thought it would be more economical. But the first time she served it, it tasted weak somehow. So she started adding more and more to the pot. But the flavor she expected just wasn't there, and cup after cup was left unfinished. That opened my eyes to something, she said. Maxwell House is true economy. Sure it is, because every pound gives you so many more truly good cups of coffee. Just see how much more you enjoy that wonderful, good to the last drop flavor. The clear, rich taste, the roaster fresh goodness vacuum-packed in that familiar blue tin. You'll know Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, for your money's worth and more, get Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's dinner time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. The roast beef was wonderful. The cake was delicious. The coffee is sensational. And, strangely enough, the conversation isn't quite as belligerent as we thought it might be. Like this.
How about another cup of coffee, Charlie?
Well, thank you, Jim. That'll be fine.
There you are.
Thank you, Margaret.
Oh, holy cow, Mr. Warren. There certainly must be one football game you remember.
Well, that was a long time ago.
But if Mr. Warren doesn't want to talk about football, why don't you stop bothering him?
But holy cow, Dad.
It isn't that I don't want to talk about it, Bud. It's just that, well, I haven't seen your mother and father in over 20 years. We've got a lot of other things to talk about, much more interesting things.
Holy cow.
Bud just can't get it into his head that there is anything more interesting than football.
I can't either.
Well, that's a fairly common thing when you're young. I used to feel the same way myself. Remember, Jim?
Yes, I certainly do.
My whole life was wrapped up in football. I ate, drank, and slept football. Silliest character in Springfield.
Mr. Warren, you weren't.
Bud, will you please stop arguing? If Mr. Warren says... Well, eat your cake and be quiet.
Holy cow.
You'll notice, Charlie, that Bud doesn't have anything to do with plain, ordinary cows. Just the holy ones.
Yes, I've noticed.
Oh, it's too bad Mrs. Warren couldn't make the trip with you, Charlie.
Well, maybe the next time. Say, Jim, do you remember the night the old high school burned down?
Oh, do I? I celebrated for 3 weeks.
Jim.
Well, what I mean is, Charlie, remember how the principal, what was his name?
Baker, wasn't it?
No, it was something like that, though. Baker, Baylor.
That was it. Old man Baylor.
Yeah. Remember how he came flying down the street in his nightshirt?
And all you could see were those long, skinny legs?
Yeah.
You mean that's better than football?
Bud, please be quiet.
And don't say holy cow.
Well, what can I say?
Nothing.
Gee whiz.
We'll talk about football the next time, Bud. How'll that be?
Okay.
I don't know what gets into that boy. I swear I don't.
Well, he's just a boy, Jim. Of course, I don't have any children, so...
Don't you even have a little girl?
No, Kathy, not even a little girl.
Not even one?
Not even one.
Gee, that's awful.
Kathy.
Well, she's right, Jim. It is awful. I'd give anything for a family.
Well, Charlie, make me a reasonable offer and you can have mine.
Father.
It's all right, Betty. I know what he means. And I know what you mean to him. Yes, sir. Wonderful wife, wonderful home, 3 wonderful children. You're a lucky man, Jim.
Well, you won't get any argument out of me on that.
I didn't think I would. But we sure used to have some pips, didn't we, Margaret?
Oh, long into the night, hour after hour. And if you want to know the real honest-to-goodness truth, Charlie, I married Jim just to stop the two of you from talking.
Mommy, you did?
Kathy, be quiet. That was a joke.
It was?
Yes, those were the good old days, weren't they, Jim?
Yes, sir, they certainly were.
I sure wish we could have them back. I know one guy who'd do things a lot differently.
Oh, I don't know, Charlie. You led a pretty exciting life in school.
Sure, big Charlie Warren, the campus idol. I didn't even know what time it was.
You didn't? Gee, I'm only 9 and I do.
Kathy.
Kathy, will you please be quiet?
I didn't say anything.
What I meant, Kathy, was that I had some pretty strange ideas about what was important and what wasn't. I just couldn't think of anything but football.
Well, gosh, what's wrong with that? Don't you like football?
Oh, it's all right, Bud, but not if you build your whole life around it. No, I'd have been a lot better off if I'd taken your dad's advice.
You would?
Well, Mr. Warren doesn't mean that...
Oh, it's true, Jim. Well, you're one of the most successful young executives in Springfield. That means more than a bunch of newspaper clippings and a couple of gold footballs.
Jim, your mouth's open.
Oh, well, how long are you going to be in Springfield, Charlie?
Just a few days, Jim.
Well, you know, it's sort of silly, you staying downtown at the hotel. Why don't you move your things out here? You can take Bud's room.
Why, Jim.
No, I don't think so, Jim. Where would Bud sleep? In the chandelier?
Oh, we'd find a place for him.
I'll answer it, Dad.
Good grief, I forgot all about Hector Smith.
Excuse me, Mr. Warren.
Sure, go right ahead, Bud.
Charlie, you remember Hector Smith, don't you?
Hector Smith? You mean the mathematical genius?
That's the one.
Well, sure I remember him. Good old Heck.
Well, he's supposed to help me with my income tax tonight, but...
Well, go right ahead, Jim. After all, I run a pretty poor second to an income tax.
Well, Charlie Warren, you old son of a gun.
Hector Smith. Well, for gosh sakes.
Well, how are you, Charlie? You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, go on. I put on over 40 pounds.
40? Oh, you're kidding.
Good evening, Hector.
Oh, hello, Margaret. Hi, girls.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hi.
We were just having a coffee, Heck. How about a cup for you?
Well, you talked me into it.
Hector, about that thing we were talking about.
Oh, sure. What do you think of Jim, Charlie? He's done all right, huh?
Hector.
I was just telling him, Heck, he's made a wonderful place for himself in the world.
You think so, huh? Well, you don't know the half of it.
Hector.
Now, isn't that just like him? Modest as the day is long. Can't stand to have people talk about his success.
Hector, will you forget about the whole thing, please?
Well, you don't have to tell me about it, Heck. I'm as proud of him as you are.
Then you ought to know the whole story. You've got no idea how successful he really is.
Hector, please.
Look at him, he's blushing. And I don't blame him, a man who makes the kind of money he does.
Hector, Charlie doesn't care anything about that.
Well, sure he does, don't you, Charlie?
Why, of course.
You know, if Jim didn't have me to fix up his income tax return, why, he'd be paying for the last war all by himself.
Father, would you really?
Oh, Hector's exaggerating a little, Charlie. You know the way he is.
Oh, now wait just a minute, Jim. You know, those little corners I cut, why, they save you a fortune. Nothing exactly crooked, you know. Just shave a little here and shave a little there.
Throw in a haircut every once in a while.
Hector, please.
Charlie, you may not believe this, but the money Jim makes on the golf course alone would take care of both of our salaries.
Oh, no.
Well, as long as he declares it on his income tax return.
That's what I mean. He'd like to, but why should he? Who knows about the $10,000 or $20,000 he picks up?
Why, Jim.
Margaret, don't listen to him. You know the way I play golf.
Yeah, you ought to see him, Charlie. It's a joke. You know, if he wanted to, he could beat Sammy Hogan every day of the week.
You mean Sammy Sneed?
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah. But he's too smart for that. He keeps just far enough ahead, sort of leads them on, and then when they're ripe for a big bet, wham, he hits them with the works.
For $20,000, huh?
Oh, that's nothing.
Hector, this is ridiculous. Will you please stop it?
You see that car he's got outside?
Mm-hmm.
Just keeps it for sentimental reasons.
Oh.
Matter of fact, he told me just this morning he's going to buy a brand new Cadillac.
Daddy!
You know that $35,000 job they had in the magazines with the leopard skin upholstery?
Father!
And he's going to give that all heap to Bud.
Holy cow.
You know, just to run around in.
Hector, will you please drink your coffee?
Oh, hey, that's right. I forgot all about my coffee.
Charlie, you know the way Hector is. Once he gets started with figures...
Say, Charlie, did Jim tell you about the letter he got from General MacArthur?
Hector!
Daddy, did you get a letter from General MacArthur?
No, Kathy, I didn't. I don't even know General MacArthur.
How do you like that? MacArthur leans on him through the entire war, counts on him. MacArthur depends on him, tells everybody that Jim Anderson won the war for us in the Pacific. And listen to him.
Hector, I wasn't even in the Pacific. I was in Europe.
You see, won the war in Europe, too. And won't even admit it.
Charlie.
Oh, it's all right, Jim. I understand. He's proud of the fact that you fought overseas. I wish I could have been with you.
Oh, you didn't go over, huh?
No, I came up with an athletic heart.
I'm awfully sorry, Charlie. We didn't know.
Oh, wait a minute, Jim. There's nothing seriously wrong with me. I just couldn't get into active combat, that's all. I wound up pounding a desk in Washington.
Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Matter of fact, it worked out fine for me. That's where I met my wife. That's how I got my job.
Say, Charlie, what are you doing these days?
Well, I thought you knew, Hector. I'm with the government. Income tax division.
Now, that ought to convince Hector and Father of one thing. It always pays to do some investigating before you act. Sure, it pays to know all the facts. And here's another case in point.
There's so much more pure pleasure in truly good coffee. It's important to remember this fact. Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, Maxwell House is true economy. Now, you can find cheaper coffees in the store, but will you find economy in them? Not when you add more and more coffee to the pot, yet still can't get the flavor you want. Not when coffee is so lacking in flavor your family leaves their cups unfinished. No, you can't call that economy. But Maxwell House is true economy. So many more truly good cups of coffee in every pound. Such extra richness and flavor. So good to the last drop, you drink every drop. Yes, there's real reason why more people drink Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Maxwell House is true economy. Tomorrow, get your money's worth and more with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Now it's breakfast time again in the White Frame House on Maple Street. It's a pleasant day, not too warm and not too cool. A very pleasant day indeed. For everyone but Father, thusly.
But you said the government gave you $600 on account of me, so why can't you raise my allowance?
Kathy, I didn't say they gave me $600. They allow me to deduct it from my income tax.
$600. And all I get is 35 cents a week.
Well, what are you kicking about? 1 minute I've got a car, and the next minute I haven't. After I already told Joe Phillips.
Well, you had no right to tell him, dear. You knew that Mr. Smith was only joking.
Some joke. Ha, ha, ha.
Mother, isn't Mr. Warren the sweetest man?
Yes, dear, he's very nice.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He's certainly changed.
Well, somebody has. Bud.
Never mind. I'm almost through with my breakfast.
All right, Kathy. Stop playing with your milk.
Can't I even blow bubbles?
Hello? Oh, hello, Heck. No, I was just finishing my breakfast. This afternoon? All right, let's say about 3 o'clock. Okay. Say, wait a minute, Heck. I thought you were going out of town. Oh, I see. Yeah, all right, Heck. 3 o'clock. See you later.
Is there anything wrong, dear?
No, it was just Hector.
Oh, I thought he was going out of town.
He was, but, well, he's decided he'd better spend the next few days revising his own income tax.
If you like good things the easy way,
good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble,
no grounds, no pot.
And it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good To the Last Drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
It's Screen Guild Theater with A Foreign Affair, next on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. A decade or so before the turn of the 20th century, the city editor of the New York Sun came up with a remarkably simple definition of news. When a dog bites a man, he said, that is not news because it happens so often. But if a man bites a dog, that is news. Well, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, news may very well be in the making. Nothing unusual has happened thus far, but it's quite possible that before the week is out, a man named Anderson will bite a dog, like this.
Holy cow, Dad, I couldn't help it.
Bud, when you signed the good driving pledge...
But I wasn't even driving, Dad. The car was just sitting there.
And the fender dropped off all by itself.
Sure.
Bud, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
But it's true, Dad.
I wouldn't be surprised if the whole car fell apart.
Is that so? There's nothing wrong with the car, and you know it.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
did you know that in the polar regions, dogs are the chief means of transportation?
What's that got to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car?
I didn't knock it off, Dad. It fell off.
Bud, unless you're willing to tell me the truth...
Jim, Bud is not in the habit of telling lies, and if he says the fender fell off, then it fell off.
And we put it back on again with wire, Dad. You'd never even know the difference.
Oh, fine. Bud, if I ever find out... Oh, never mind. May I have my coffee, Margaret?
Of course, dear. Here you are.
Thank you.
Nothing.
What?
It doesn't have anything to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car.
I did not.
Wait a minute, Bud. Kathy, what doesn't have anything to do with Bud knocking a fender off the car?
Dogs are the chief means of transportation in the polar regions.
Fine. I'll order a dog sled in the morning. Is that what you want?
Oh, no. I just wanted to tell you.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. That car's practically as good as it was the day we bought it. Might need a little paint here and there.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
did you know that the dog has been chosen as the companion of man because of his fidelity and intelligence?
Well, I'd heard rumors, but it's nice to have it on such complete authority.
You're welcome.
Dad,
Yes, Bud.
does that mean that I can't have the car on Thursday anymore?
No, I suppose it'll be all right. But in the future, I wish you'd be a little more careful, that's all.
I wouldn't be surprised if the roof caved in.
Betty, what's gotten into you? Until tonight, the only complaint you ever had about the car was that you didn't get it often enough.
Jim,
Yes, Margaret?
the Liggetts have a new car.
A convertible.
Oh. Well, pardon me.
Dogs are bred for sports, as watchdogs, for guarding and driving sheep, and for plain ordinary dogs.
Kathy, deep in your obscure little mind,
I'll see who it
you
is.
stay right where you are. I want to get to the bottom of this dissertation on dogs. Bud?
Yes, Dad?
See who's at the door.
Holy cow. You'd think nobody else around here knew how to open a door.
All right, Kathy. Will you explain something to me as simply as possible? Why this sudden interest in the history of our canine companions?
Huh?
Dogs.
Oh, well, dogs are pets, and everybody says they're man's best friend, and they'd probably be girls' best friends, too. And I don't see why.
Kathy, are you going to start that dog business again?
But everybody I know has a dog, and I don't see why.
You know as well as I that Betty's allergic to dogs. They make her sneeze.
Dad, it's Mr. Davis.
Oh, come on in, Ed.
Hello, Jim, Margaret.
Hello, Ed.
Hello, girls.
Hello, Mr. Davis.
We're just finishing our dinner, Ed. How about a cup of coffee?
Oh, no, thanks, Jim. I just want to talk to you about your dog.
Our what?
Well, I wouldn't mind if it were just an ordinary rose bush, Jim, but this was a Bengal. A genuine Hibiscus rosa sinensis.
Ed.
I only had two, and you ought to see the one he dug up. It's a complete wreck.
Ed.
Yes, Jim.
What dog?
Why, your dog.
We don't have a dog. You know that.
Daddy.
Jim, I dislike this whole thing as much as you do, but that bush cost me $13.
Ed, we don't have a dog.
Daddy.
And I wouldn't even know where to get another one. They only had two in town. I bought both of them.
Ed.
Yes, Jim.
We don't have a dog.
Daddy.
Kathy, I'm talking to Mr. Davis.
I know, Daddy, but I want to tell you something.
All right, what is it?
We have a dog.
Fine. Look, Ed, I know how you must feel, but... We what?
Kathy, you're joking.
What do you mean, we have a dog?
Oh, it was such a poor little dog, Daddy, and it kept following me and following me and...
Kathy, you mean we have a dog here?
Uh-huh.
Betty, stop that.
I can't stop it, Father.
You certainly can. Kathy, you've been told 1,000 times not to bring a dog into the house.
She's just doing that to be mean.
I am done.
She wasn't sneezing before, and the dog was here all the time.
Where?
What?
Where is it?
Where's what?
The dog.
Oh, the dog.
Kathy, where did you put the dog?
In the playroom.
Well, we'll just see about that.
Of course, it isn't the most valuable rose bush in the world, Jim, but if you knew the trouble I'd gone through...
Jim, where are you going?
Down to the playroom.
Oh, Daddy, please don't be mean to the little dog. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
Where do you think you're going, Bud?
Well, can't I come with you? Gosh, I just want to look at it.
I didn't mean to start all this trouble, Jim, but after all, he did dig up the rose bush.
I know, Ed. I'll be very glad to pay for it as soon as we... Oh, my aching back. Look at the size of that thing.
Holy cow.
I'll just wait for you upstairs, Jim.
Kathy, that isn't a dog. It's a werewolf.
No, it isn't, Daddy. It's a dog, and you're frightening him.
I'm frightening him.
Poor little fella. We're not going to hurt you.
Kathy, get away from him.
But, Daddy...
You heard me, Kathy. If you don't get away from that dog... Well, stay over there if that's what he wants. But don't get too close.
Jim, Ed Davis said there was a lion in the basement. Did you... Oh, Kathy.
Isn't he cute, Mommy?
Kathy, come over here.
You better do as your mother says, Kathy.
Maybe she better do what the dog says.
Oh, Jim, what are we going to do?
We're going to find out where he belongs and get rid of him. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, Daddy, you can't. He's such a beautiful dog, and he's so easy to feed. All he eats is cookies.
Bud. See what the tag says on his collar.
On his collar? Me?
Oh, he won't hurt you, Bud. Will you, George?
Well, go ahead, Bud. There's nothing to be afraid of.
That's a nice fella. Nice, George.
His name isn't exactly George, Bud. I just call him that.
Oh, you're a great help. Nice boy. That's a nice boy. Atta boy.
What does it say, Bud?
Gargantua the Third.
Oh, that's how you say it.
Property of Michael Reed, Orchard Avenue.
Orchard Avenue? Well, that's a mile away. How did he get clear over here?
I think he walked.
Well, he can walk right back. Bud, call Mr. Reed and tell him we have his dog.
Oh, Daddy, no!
Oh, Daddy, yes.
Kathleen, it isn't our dog, and we've got to send him back home.
But, Mommy, I love him so.
Oh, don't cry, Kathy. Gosh, you've still got us.
Everybody's got somebody. And all I have is
You want me to answer it, Dad?
No, never mind. I'm right here.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Reed's chauffeur.
Oh, yes. Come on right in.
Oh, thank you. Very nice of you to go to all this trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble at all.
Mr. Reed was quite concerned about Gargantua, quite concerned.
Well, we weren't too happy about him ourselves. Kathy,
You want me, Daddy?
the man is here for the dog.
Gee whiz.
She'll have it up here in just a minute. Peculiar-looking animal, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's a very valuable dog. Weimaraner.
You don't say.
Yes, it's a German hunting dog. Very intelligent.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Kathy, will you please hurry?
Daddy, I can't find him.
You what?
Oh, Daddy, the most terrible thing happened. He got away.
Kathy,
But he did, Daddy. I just opened the door, and he was gone.
you didn't happen to give him a push.
Oh, Daddy, how can you say... Well, maybe one little push.
Now, see here, Kathleen.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Daddy. I think I can find him again later.
I'm awfully sorry about this.
I understand.
Oh, hello, Ed.
Oh, Jim, I don't like
Ed, please, I told you I'd get you another rose bush, and I will. First thing in the morning.
I know, Jim, but after all...
George got away.
Yes, I know he got away. Only he didn't get far enough away.
Have you seen him?
Yes, I've seen him. He's in my backyard, and he's having a wonderful time.
All right, Kathy, go get him.
Gee whiz.
And, Jim.
Yes?
When you get that hibiscus sinensis tomorrow, make it 2.
Oh, no.
All across the country, there's good news about coffee these days. Grocers everywhere are featuring Maxwell House at lower prices. That's right. These days, the coffee with that wonderful good to the last drop flavor comes to you at the lowest prices in months. A mighty welcome occasion for everybody. You, your grocer, yes, and for Maxwell House, too. With Maxwell House coffee, we've always aimed at one thing, to bring you the best in coffee at the lowest possible price. And that's meant a lot. Meant you could always count on more flavor for your money in every cup of Maxwell House, more wonderfully good cups of coffee in every pound. It's the reason why, year after year, folks everywhere have found Maxwell House is true economy. And nowadays, Maxwell House is more than ever today's coffee buy. The world's most famous coffee flavor is yours to enjoy every cup you pour. And the price is the lowest in months. So tomorrow, get your money's worth and more. Bring home a familiar blue tin of Maxwell House and start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The dog is a creature whose principal feature is love, and there's nothing can daunt him. He'll stay by your side as though he were tied, especially if you don't want him. A few days have gone by, and in Springfield we find a most unhappy individual. Between roses which cannot be found and a dog which refuses to get lost, Jim Anderson's lot is a miserable one indeed. Like this.
Go on, get him.
Oh, isn't he cute, Daddy? He wants to play.
Well, tell him to play with something else.
But he likes you, Daddy.
All right, I like him, but you don't see me biting his shoes.
Oh, he just wants to be friendly.
No good fender. Why don't they make the bolts big enough? They don't want you to fix your car, that's what. Expect you to buy a new one every 5 minutes.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
George is hungry.
George is hungry. George is sleepy. George. Kathy,
Yes, Daddy?
how many times have you found that dog?
6.
And how many times have we sent him home?
6.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Any dog that's stupid enough to get trapped in back of a fence 6 times in a row.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, Ed, come on over here. I've got good news for you.
Okay. Hey, see, George is back again.
Yeah, idiotic animal. Comes clear over here from Orchard Avenue and then gets stuck in back of the Willoughby's fence. Smart dog.
He is smart, Daddy. He knows that's where I meet him.
Well, why don't you leave him there? Let somebody else find him for a change.
But, Daddy, the Willoughbys moved away. There wouldn't be anybody to feed him.
He can always eat rose bushes. Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you, Ed. There they are.
You mean those?
Yep, 2 Bengals, and I had to go clear to Plainfield to get them.
Jim, I don't like to be difficult, but those aren't Bengals.
They most certainly are. Look at the tags.
Well, marked Bengals, all right, but... Oh, well, you see, Jim, there are 2 kinds of Bengals, Hibiscus rosa sinensis and Rosa japonicus. Now, mine were Hibiscus sinensis, and they're a much hardier variety.
Ed, a rose is a rose. And you said Bengals.
I don't like to argue, Jim, but I said Hibiscus sinensis. You see, the japonicus is very susceptible to mildew and thrips.
That's bad, huh?
Oh, yeah, especially around here. The japonicus doesn't do well in Springfield at all. It needs a much milder climate.
I see. You wouldn't consider moving? Nothing. I'll keep looking, Ed. After all, what's a few more days? I wouldn't be able to do anything but work anyway.
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, hello there. We're back here near the garage.
Mr. Anderson, I don't know what to say. Mr. Reed is most apologetic.
Yes, I'm sure he must be.
Well, I'll be getting back to my gardening. I've got another bed of geraniums to set out.
I'm sorry they weren't the right ones, Ed.
Well, that's all right, Jim. There's no particular hurry, I guess.
Mr. Anderson, I want to assure you that we've done everything in our power to keep Gargantua at home.
I'm sure you have.
I've gone over the fence with a fine-tooth comb. We've fixed everything, and still he gets out.
Maybe the fence isn't high enough.
Well, it's quite high, but we're going to make it higher. And now, if I may have the dog.
Yes, Kathy. Now, where the dickens did she go? Kathy!
You want me, Daddy?
Where's George?
George?
We call him George. Kathy!
I'm coming, Daddy.
Maybe if you called him George, he'd stay home.
Well, it might be a little confusing, but we'll try.
Kathy, why is it... What happened to George?
I don't know, Daddy. Isn't he with you?
No, he isn't with me. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Kathy, why is it that every time Mr. Reed's chauffeur...
George.
Thank you. Every time George shows up, George... George?
Yes, sir. George.
Oh. Well, why is it every time George shows up, the dog disappears?
I don't know.
What do you know?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, George, but George, Gargantua. George!
Jim!
Ed, is George over there?
He certainly is, and I'm very slowly reaching the point where I don't think it's at all funny.
Ed, he didn't tear up another rose bush.
No.
Well, thank goodness.
This time he got the geraniums.
George dug up the geraniums?
No, but I made a bed, and he's lying in it.
$25 for 2 miserable little rose bushes. It's criminal, that's what it is.
Jim, let's just be thankful that we were able to find them.
Hibiscus sinensis. Margaret, if I ever see that dog again, so help me...
Jim.
What's the matter?
He's back.
Oh, no, he can't be.
Well, stop the car, Jim. We've got to get him.
Why? Why can't we just pretend that we've never met George? That we've never even heard of him?
Dear, we owe it to Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed. He's the one who ought to pay for the roses. George is his dog.
Jim, that's not being very charitable.
Well, I don't feel very charitable. Where is he?
Back of the Willoughby's fence.
Again? Margaret, that's the stupidest animal I've ever seen in my life. This is the 8th time he's been stuck in the Willoughby's yard. Any dog with half a brain knows you can jump both ways over a fence. Come here, you silly mongrel.
Oh, Jim, isn't that sweet? He knows us.
Well, why shouldn't he know us? He's been boarding with us for almost a week.
Come on, George. That's a good boy. Take his collar, Jim.
I'd like to wring his neck. Come on, George.
Jim, I don't think you're being very nice to him.
Well, I don't think he's being very nice to us. George, will you please make up your mind? Do you want to come home with us, or are you going to stay here?
Daddy! Oh, Daddy, you found him again! Oh, George, I'm so happy to see you. Oh, my wonderful George.
Kathy,
nice
drag
boy.
that animal over to our house.
Oh, you don't have to drag him, Daddy.
Well, get him over there. And this time, hang on to him.
Okay, Daddy. Come on, George. I'll race you to the garage.
Man's best friend. Intelligent and loyal. A half-witted caterpillar has more intelligence than that George.
Jim, how about the car?
I'll come back for it later. Right now, I'm going to call that Reed guy and give him a piece of my mind. That's what I'm going to do. If he can't learn to take better care of a dog, he doesn't have any business owning one.
Jim, I'm sure Mr. Reed is doing everything he can.
Well, it isn't enough. Owning a dog is a responsibility to the dog and the neighborhood and everybody else. Let a dog run wild that way, first thing you know, he'll be hit by a car. He's liable to be killed.
I thought you didn't like George.
I don't. I mean, well, he's all right, I guess, but they have no business letting him run around the way they do.
Jim, please don't be too abrupt. Mr. Reed is just as concerned about George as we are.
Well, why shouldn't he be? It's his dog. Hello? Oh, this is Jim Anderson. Yes, he's here again. And look, George, I think it's high time... Well, okay. He's coming right over.
Jim, when he gets here, please remember that George isn't responsible for George. After all, he's merely the chauffeur.
Which one?
George.
Oh.
He told me this morning that Mr. Reed was going to have the entire fence made higher, and if Mr. Reed thinks that much of George...
Hey, just a minute, Margaret. Bud!
You want me, Dad?
Go outside and hang on to George.
Okay.
Betty!
Yes, Father?
Are you in your room?
Yes, Father.
Well, look out the window and keep an eye on George.
Okay.
He won't get away this time if I can help it. Now, what were you saying, Margaret?
Well, I merely said that if Mr. Reed thought that much of George...
Ye gods, now what?
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Anderson.
Well, you should be. Anybody who can't take better care of a nice dog like George...
We do take care of him, Mr. Anderson. We still can't understand how he gets away.
That's a very poor excuse. How would you feel if I... Wait a minute. How did you get over here so fast?
Well, I left the moment I hung up.
I know, but from clear over on Orchard Avenue...
Oh, we haven't lived on Orchard Avenue for almost a week. We moved into the Willoughby house on the corner.
Oh, no.
When you go grocery shopping this weekend, be sure to see the welcome news about coffee in your store. These days, grocers everywhere are featuring Maxwell House coffee at lower prices. Now, all of you who know and love that wonderful good to the last drop flavor can enjoy it at the lowest price in months. And for you folks who haven't been getting that famous flavor, now's the time to bring home a familiar blue Maxwell House tin. Find out how much more satisfaction, more real pleasure it holds for you. Cup after cup, day after day, you can always count on that Maxwell House flavor. For we'll never compromise on the quality of a single pound. Tomorrow, look for Maxwell House at the lowest prices in months. Now, more than ever, today's coffee buy. Get your money's worth and more with coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Another day has come and gone, and so has the perennial George. There's peace once more in the Anderson household, but we wonder just how long it will last. It never does it? Like this.
Most ridiculous thing that ever happened in my whole life. Stealing a dog out of his own yard. They could have had us arrested.
Father,
Yes, Betty,
have you noticed how quiet it's gotten around here?
I certainly have. Nice and quiet. How was I supposed to know anybody'd moved in? Why didn't they put up curtains or something?
That George is a pretty smart dog. And what a character. You know what he did yesterday?
Whatever he did, I'm not going to pay for it.
Oh, it wasn't anything like that, Dad. Kathy taught him how to play hide and seek. And he was really hiding.
Good. I hope it's years before anybody finds him.
Why, Jim, you know you miss George as much as any of us.
I do? I miss George? Huh. Margaret, this is the first peaceful moment I've had in almost a week.
Daddy!
Kathy, what is it? What's wrong?
Oh, Daddy, the most beautiful thing happened. Mr. Reed gave me a reward.
Why, how nice, Kathy.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, it was certainly the least he could do. What was the reward, Kathy?
I can borrow George anytime I please.
No.
Isn't it wonderful? Here, George. Oh, my beautiful George.
Hiya, boy.
Achoo!
Hello, George.
Now yours to enjoy, an instant coffee you'll love for breakfast every morning. An instant coffee you'll be proud to serve to your dinner guests. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Here's the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop.
In lands across the seas, many people still lack the simplest necessities of life. Food is inadequate, clothing scarce. Help is needed from each of us who can send it. The time to send that help is now. The way to send it is through CARE, C-A-R-E. For this is National Care Week, and Americans everywhere are joining in sending food and clothing abroad. To send a 24-pound package, mail $10 to CARE, New York. That's $10 to CARE, New York. Enclose your name and address and the address of the recipient. Delivery is guaranteed. Join in National Care Week now.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Stay tuned afternoon for Charles Boyer and Olivia de Havilland on NBC.